And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, the final day of the OSC Season 12 Championship. Oh boy, it's been a long month here, a long February, a long January as well, but we've made it to the finale of the OSC Season 12. Let's go. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. This is an event that's been running all month, even more than that actually. It's been a massive bracket, 32 players, double elimination, and all the matches have been casted, have been covered, and now we have reached our top 6, I believe. Reached our final echelon of the bracket. Let's go. Switching our scenes over, let's catch up on what has been going on. Again, if you missed out on some of the previous days, I do recommend the VODs. Again, we have casted every single match in the tournament, upper and lower brackets, and now we are here to wrap up and to conclude. We were going to do this a couple of days ago on the 28th of February, but otherwise it was an intense day and there was a lot of casting going on, and I just didn't have the energy to keep going and to be able to kind of give the justice to the final day as best I could. So now we have been able to come back, and now we're here. We are here. We have our final day. Going over kind of the previous results very quickly here, we had the upper bracket. The upper bracket did conclude. We had MaxPax taking down herO, taking down ByuN. MaxPax did fall to Clem in the upper bracket. Did fall to Clem. Likewise, Clem took down Geralt Dark, and Clem is waiting in the grand finals. Clem is lying in wait in that final series, and we are here to determine who will face off against Clem in that final match. Oh boy. We're here to determine. You can see here the lower bracket. Up first here tonight, we have Dark versus herO, followed by ByuN versus SKillous. Winners are going to be facing off against each other. Then we have MaxPax waiting in the lower bracket finals, and then we have Clem waiting for the winner of that series in the grand finals. Actually, can I move that over a little bit? There we go. It's just such a big bracket. I can't fit everything. But you can see Clem there at the very end, waiting for the winner in those finals, in those grand finals here. So we have quite a number of matches ahead of us here, and we kick things off initially with ByuN versus SKillous. Let's go. We have our TVP. As a reminder, these are going to be all best of 5s, except for the finals. Finals, I believe, is going to be best of 7. So we have plenty of games leading up into said finals. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Again, we just wrapped up last night with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. And of course, tonight is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. So 2 casts a day today. I was referring to our schedule yesterday, and our schedule should be a little bit leaner coming into March. I'm looking forward to it. We've been casting twice a day, almost every single day, like every day for the past, since the start of the year, or really since like what, November, October of last year. But things should be slowing down a little bit coming into March. When I say slowing down, like 1 cast a day sort of thing, like 1 cast a day, which I'm more than happy to embrace. Does give us more time to stream, to ladder, and to get some proper sleep as well. Sleeping for 8 hours a day, that'd be crazy. That'd be insane. Oh my god, we're almost there. We are almost there. Likewise, something else coming into March is the Stars Agora qualifiers, and we might be a part of that. Still trying to get in touch with the organizers of the Bellum Gen Stars Agora, and we might be getting involved. Otherwise, for now, we're here to wrap up the OSC Season 12 Championship, and here we go. We have our first series, we have our first game. We're jumping into Frostline. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shout out to all those in the chat. I see Psycon, I see BBQ, I see Eva as well. Bienvenidos, Death Dealer, Mr. Minsler. Welcome. Bienvenidos as we are jumping in and spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline. We have our red Protoss player, red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Shellfire Rebellion from South Korea. It is ByuN. Jumping to our first best of 5 of the night, and this is going to be a rematch. Actually, ByuN and SKillous, they've been playing very often as of late. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I guess I do. They've both been very active in online tournaments. They've both been playing against each other quite often as a result. I'm referring to last week's Sparkling Tuna Cup finals, where they faced off in a best of 5, and ByuN did defeat SKillous 3-0. Now, one of the reasons for that as well, just to be transparent, is that SKillous, he was otherwise playing into two events. He was really stressed out. As I do have to get rid of the tuna. My apologies. That was from last night's broadcast. But we had SKillous. He was actually playing in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and like in 30 minutes he had to play in the Water TV February against Clem. So SKillous is just really stressed out about playing in both events and about, you know, potentially forfeiting and having to play the other event, and there was a lot going on there, and did self-admit that he was he was not at his best, at least mental state, against ByuN last time. We'll see how they compare this time. So far we do have an economic open out of ByuN going for a single gas. Again, this makes plenty of sense on Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps. Is one of the larger maps in the map pool, does kill the probe, and does get the expansion on location. So a nice economic start here by ByuN. Meanwhile, SKillous going for a standard opener as well. So nothing too crazy, nothing too wild early on. When it comes to the map itself, the map is known for aggression in the mid-game. What I mean by that, initially long rushes into wide ground, that is true, but the third and fourth bases are very exposed. Very exposed here. Very difficult to defend coming into a longer and later game, just because of how open the third and fourth base are. Comparing these locations to any other map, and they're typically a little bit more isolated, a little bit more confined. Usually there's more of a choke point here to push into, usually closer to the natural as well. Here they're very spread out, very isolated, very exposed, and it can be quite difficult here to be the defending player. Meanwhile, ByuN already popping off. Hello. Let's go. We open up with Concussive Shell. Bold move. So ideally the goal here, as a reminder, okay, a couple things. ByuN, he went for an economic opener. He went for a CC on the low ground, and it is not uncommon for the Protoss player to open a depth and to rush across the map and try and delay the CC. Unfortunately for ByuN, Stalker first. Stalker first, more of a defensive start here by SKillous. ByuN was hoping to catch an adept, to catch an early unit here, a gateway unit across the map. That is not happening. That is not happening. SKillous is being more defensive, and as a result of the initial Marauders, they don't really catch anything back at home, but we have to make use of this army in some way when moving out. Marauders are pushing. Behind this, going forward, that is a second Rax before Starport. So, as we have quite an aggressive build here, delayed Starport out of ByuN, this could turn into a 2-base all-in. If so, though, we would have seen a third Rax. So, an aggressive build nonetheless here from ByuN. Basically with this build, he is going to be prioritizing rushing to stim. It's a 2-on-1 early stim timing here by ByuN. Marauders are waddling in. No shield battery. First adept is going to get caught out regardless. Yeah, it does take a lot of hits, and getting Concussive Shell locking it down, and the first adept is going to fall. Massive pickoff already. Stalker has to retreat. Void's being pulled away. Up. Oh my god, takes out the Reaper. Does take down the Reaper. Voids are being pulled, but last good target firing here out of ByuN, and he will get the Stalker. One more volley, does get it. Stalker goes down. So far, 3 probe kills. It's going to be cleaned up, but not a bad trade for 2 Marauders. He gets 1 Stalker, 1 Adept, and 4 probes. 4 workers go down. Back at home, we spoke about the 2-on-1, as you mentioned, early stim. Early Concussive Shell into early stim timing here from ByuN. So very early stim timing setup here from our Terran. And ByuN is going to be the aggressor. SKillous, though, he's going to move out ahead of time. Back at home, how many gates? 2 in the main, and we have 1 here at the natural 3-gate blink. In total, SKillous, he can try to punish ByuN, bearing in mind that stim is not done yet. Oh my god, does blink forward and gets punished for it. 2 Stalkers go down, rough start. Oh no, not again. Oh my god. As another Mind Shield is going to go off, takes down another Stalker. 3 Stalkers going down, and ByuN will save every single Widow Mine. Ay. Does barely boost away in time. And with that, SKillous is being shut down. That was brutal, losing 3 Stalkers already. Down to 2, he's trying to counterattack. Back at home, alas, ByuN, he is looking solid. SKillous reinforcing, does go for another warp in. Blinks into the main base, that's a kill on the depot. That's something. Boys are being pulled. The target firing here, SKillous does get one of the Marauders. He gets 1. Up. He wants the other, barely does get it. Whew, blinks away just in time. Now with with that skills, he will be able to juggle away. Does lift, does fairy. Oh my god, and barely doesn't lose a single stalker. Okay. Not bad. 8 SCV kills, 2 Marauders, 1 Marine for 0 losses. Very nice trade. At the same time, though, mind dribble across the map, only gets 2 probes. Oh, spoke too soon. There we go, 3 workers going down. Winter mines are finally going to be cleaned up. SKillous, he did react here to the drop. And SKillous does defend. So he is recovering. It was a rough start for SKillous, but he is recovering here, trading very efficiently. Stalkers are low as a result, so they are vulnerable. Oh. Does pull away. That's a greater concave. And he can pick away the Marines at least. He's going to start losing Stalkers though. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. Has to respect the army. Additional gateways on the way. Skills behind this going into +1, going into charge. Skills is going for what's quite common in this matchup nowadays, and that is to delay splash damage. You delay your Storm, you delay your Colossus in favor of charge ults, in favor of this Swarm Toss style of mass gateway army. That is at least the plan here for SKillous. It also means that if ByuN were to push, if you were to move out early on, then SKillous he'd be ready with a mass wave of Zealots to defend. Which is going to be ideal. Yeah, he does stim across. Does catch a Stalker. As he moves out, Prism is getting ready to dive in. ByuN does finally get his 3rd CC. It's on location. And he does get spotted. Oh. SKillous does pull away. He pulls back. ByuN pushing forward. We should be seeing Zealot reinforcements here for SKillous. They're going to be with the main army. Reminds that we'll attempt to zone away. Mine's just going up. The slow lot's going to be engaging. Charge is now finishing up. But a little bit too late. Zealots are going to be going down. Likewise, Robo gets depowered. No Robo, no Immortal. Bust into the middle line. Probe's going to be falling. This is getting a little bit out of hand. So warping towards the end. And with this, we should be able to hold on, but without losing 7 probes. 7 workers go down. ByuN, he does pull out. Does get the hell out of there. And with that, pretty good damage. That doesn't just delay the Immortal, it delays the Colossus, as the Bay is still in the way. So will slow SKillous down. Likewise, SKillous does confirm that there is a 3rd CC. SKillous even, I believe, cancelling. Yeah, it does cancel the Immortal. Starts up the Colossus. Mind jumps outside. Zealot runway does hit the mineral line, but last is shut down. And ByuN holds. ByuN does hold. Now, coming into this, I do favor ByuN's position a little bit more. SKillous should have a 4th base by now. It should have a 4th Nexus. Sorry, 4th Nexus. But the 4th has been delayed because of all the aggression. So he is being slowed down. ByuN gaining map control. Sims forward. Oh. Doesn't quite get that prism. Back at her. Medevac goes down. Nice pickup. And SKillous can we hold on? He does have 1 Colossus. Has a Colossus just in time. Oh, might just going up. No range connections. That's a lot of mines. Jesus. It's a lot of mines. Gonna get baited. And SKillous holds. Again, 1 Colossus. With that, able to hold on to the 3rd base. Does survive. Medevac goes down. SKillous gaining map control. Now arriving with a 2nd Colossus. As I'll say, charge in. ByuN in a bit of trouble here. He has no backbone to the army, no tanks, no Widow Mines. Just Marine Marauder. Really, just mainly Marauder. It's a very Marauder heavy composition. It's very robust as a result. He can tank some Storms, he can tank some Colossus wipes. It's a very tanky army. As he does move in. And 1 Colossus is not going to be good enough here. Takes a lot of hits. Zelts go down. SKillous, he's in trouble. He has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. And thankfully, SKillous, he mainly only lost Zealots here. Mainly Zealots. Boys were pulled earlier. 8 SCVs went down. Decent damage. And SKillous, what does he need against this heavy Marauder army? Disruptors. Disruptors are on the way. I mean, there are two different alternative routes. You can go Mass Disruptor, you can go Mass Immortal. We have seen MaxPax play around with that style against a heavy Marauder composition. But it can be difficult to pull off. So far, SKillous does maintain himself. Another kind of style you can go for here is you can build up towards 4 and even 5 Colossus. Just because with the higher Colossus count, you can actually deal damage, you can actually work through those Marauders. But if the Viking count is too high, that's where it's less wise to commit into additional Colossi. So far, Viking count is at 6. And we're not getting any higher. Okay, there we go. We have 2 more. We have more Viking production on the way. Is underway. Disruptor's moving in. At the same time, Zealots, they do hit the Planetary. Planetary's not done. Nova's going up. No major connections. And the first Disruptor does go down. ByuN trying to catch out the army here. Oh. Yeah, it does corner the Protoss. The Colossus is going to be going down. SKillous, he should not have been here. He overextends. He will lose almost everything. The Disruptors, the Colossi. Zealots, they come in, they get a couple of SCV kills. That was a brutal loss here for SKillous. Again, did push too far forward. He distracts the main army, gets into the mineral line, getting more SCVs. More SCVs are falling. Decent Nova. SKillous taking a 5th base. I mean, you can see once again how exposed and how isolated these bases are. Now, thankfully, SKillous has maintained map control. Like, ByuN, outside of that initial move out, has been stuck at home. He's been stuck back at home. But the moment he does gain map control, SKillous is going to be in trouble. He is relentless. Going for another run by. It's going to be cleaned up. And it goes off. No major connection. Oh, not bad towards the end. Takes down the Marauders. Marauders go down. SKillous buying more time. He just maintains his position. Just constantly reinforcing. Just making sure that he does not let up. He doesn't let ByuN push across the map. So far, so good. I mean, he did lose all of his Colossus earlier. Once again, ByuN coming in for a flank. Oh! Does pull away. Ghost goes down. An awkward fight here for SKillous. Will we get some decent connections? Marines, Marauders, takes them over to the face. SKillous pulls away. Doesn't lose too much. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Zealot Warpins, they continue. Once again into the mineral line. Oh. Once again popping up. Another Warpin into the main. Prism finally goes down. Oh my god. Very scrappy game state. But again, SKillous' economy has been untouched. This entire time he's been freely mining from a 5-base economy. Low gas count, that's why he's reinforced with mainly Zealots. Very Zealot heavy. SKillous is maintaining himself. Gets a Ghost. Oh my god. Takes out the Ghost, does connect with the Marauders. They can take it over to the face. But that is deterring ByuN. As we have how many? 7. 7 Disruptors for SKillous. That's a lot of Novas. That's a lot of balls. It's a lot. Up. Trying to catch up ByuN. ByuN does find the Observer. Does hold SKillous. ByuN, you can see he's slowly gaining map control. As he does, another massive run by. Heads towards the bases. SKillous in an awkward position. ByuN, he sims in. Does it forward. Forces out so many Novas. They connect. Oh my god. Splits are not there. Yeah, ByuN distracted Zealots. They hit the mineral line. SCVs are going down. GG gets called. ByuN gets torn apart. And SKillous takes game number 1. GG. GG well played. A very, very intense game there. Alas, SKillous, he was able to just keep up the pressure, keep going for those run bys time and time again, catching out to ByuN a little bit unawares, one time too many, and ByuN could just never be active, never be aggressive. That's where ByuN thrives. As we all know, ByuN, he's known for his drop play, known for his counterattacks, known for maintaining map control, not being a defending player. Like, he's not one to be turtling up back at home and walling up and being more defensive. That's just not ByuN, and he wasn't really able to gain map control. He wasn't able to be aggressive. Not at all. Not in game 1. Whew. Still close though. Still quite close. Regardless, GG well played. SKillous does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. And this time I have gotten rid of the tuna. Aha. Tuna's gone. We go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. And again, welcome on all to Whispers of Gold. This is going to be a much smaller map, much smaller, much more aggressive as a result. It does not take long at all to go from one end to the map, one end of the map to the other. Doesn't take long. So this is where I'm going to be leaning more towards ByuN here. And we'll see how he does decide to open up. Maya's going to be on the Terran. We'll see how aggressive he's going to be. Now SKillous moving out. For his own scouts. Once again, 2 games in a row. It looks like an economic opener here by ByuN. He does not get the second gas geysers, so just a Rax expand from our Terran player. And I'm a little bit surprised. we're seeing this here on Whispers of Gold after Frostline. Looks like ByuN is looking to be more economic early on. We can see SKillous, he confirms. He does check the gases. SKillous wants to make sure there's no shenanigans afoot. And now he can focus on delaying the CC. So nice scout from SKillous. Is aware. Now he can feel comfortable. He can feel safe. I feel safe. From here we back off. We expect to see another Blink-based opener here out of SKillous. Twilight Council into 3 gateways. Again, just a very safe way to play things out on Whispers of Gold. It is very risky to try to go for something like a Stargate. Stargate play, I think we might see at some point in this series here from SKillous, but it does depend on the maps themselves. It does depend if we load into, you know, Gressvan or Romanticide, or some of these other larger maps like Abyssal Reef or Neon Violet Square. On these smaller maps, it's less viable, and there it is, at Twilight Council opener from SKillous. So far, so good. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's going for a more tech-heavy start. As a reminder, ByuN did have a unique build last game. He went for a 2-on-1, initially concussive shell timing into stim. Initially, ByuN was more active and more aggressive last game. This time, 1-on-1 into drop play. Most likely. We have our initial Hellion. From here, we can go for a tech lab into an add-on or start Widowmine production. Stalker pokes in, Blink is on the way. There's that first Widowmine, so it is going to be the mine drop opener. Now, this isn't really designed to get economic damage. This is designed to scout more than anything, assuming we only move out with the Widowmine. If ByuN moves out with his Widowmine and with the Marines, then different story. At that point, he would be looking for some probe kills. Elliot moves out, so it skirts around the edge. Boys to dive into the bases. Likewise, looks like we are going for a Widowmine and Marine drop. as Marine Hunt is building up, and we do head across the map. Now, ideally, the way that this drop works here is that the Widowmine zones away the Stalkers, and the Marines, they wreak havoc, and they just focus on the probes, bearing in mind that there is no stim, so this is a vanilla Marine drop timing. So the Marines themselves, they don't really pose too much of a threat to the army of SKillous, but against the workers, I mean, they can pop off. Well, SKillous, he barely does miss the drop. Busting into the main base, SKillous out of position, and workers are going to be going down. Oof, gets one so far. Has to pull away. The mines are set. Pylon going to be targeted down. Doesn't want to waste the mine shot. Oh, spends here on the probe. And mine shot gets spent, and with that SKillous, he can now resaturate. Can go back in, can resaturate. SKillous, he does hold. Only loses 2 workers, and back at home we see ByuN getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport, tank production underway, bunkers as well. ByuN basically is getting ready here for the Stalker counterattack. Assuming that there is one. Yeah, 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink, prisms on the way, SKillous will soon move out across the map, and ByuN is getting ready. Now you could argue that maybe stim is exposed. For the most part, the tank should be covering stim though. Should be protected. Drop comes back in, sorts into position. Likewise, SKillous does get behind the mineral line. And does get some SCVs. Tank is out of position. Bunker was not ready. And so far we get 7 SCV kills. Very nice damage. Again, this shouldn't happen. Oh, does wing away. 8 workers. Meanwhile, back across the map, not a single probe goes down. Sorry, I should say 1 probe goes down. So very nice trade. SKillous does take the better end of it. Leading out 3 Stalkers for what? For 9 SCVs, 8 Marines, up medevac. And now it's time to go into the main. Now there is a tank. Oh my god. Dives in anyway. It does commit. Has to respect the tank though. Yeah, does pull away. SKillous wasn't fully aware. SKillous, he rotates over. 2nd tank has arrived. We have 1 tank here in the mineral line, the other in the main. Oh, does blink in. Takes down the bunker. Ooh, leaves out 2 Stalkers. A bit of miscontrol there from SKillous. Wasn't able to lift in time. Was a back and forth trade. But what's important, even though that was a worse trade for SKillous, is that he is still keeping ByuN contained. After losing the bunker, ByuN, he's that much more threatened, so he's stuck at home. Stim is done. Meanwhile, SKillous, he gets his 3rd base up and running. Once again, he stays on a low gas count, only 3 gases. This is because he is delaying his Colossus production and going into charge. So massive gateway explosion. We have 8 gates on the way. Or 5 on the way, 8 in total. +1, charge. And once SKillous is secure, then he can take his gases and start working towards Colossus. Meanwhile, Raven has across the map, not bad. Gets 5 probes. Ooh. Did I say 5? Getting up to 6, getting almost 7. ByuN breaks out. I believe SKillous does not have an observer. Yeah, the observer's not fully in position. In between the bases. SKillous is not fully ready for this. There's 1 shield battery in the back line. ByuN moving in. Barely spotted. Now he knows. Now he's aware. Mine shot's going up. Blue mines connect, bit of friendly fire. Likewise, Raven back into the main. Stalker comes in from behind, does distract, not bad. Yeah, tank is going to go down. Nice pickup, and with that, SKillous, he's holding. Does hold on. Again, did distract and did tank some of those tank shots. Can't fully chase this though. And he holds the ramp. Does hold the ramp. 3rd CC almost done. We spoke earlier, but now that SKillous is secure, it's time for the Colossus. Bay is done, getting to +2, getting to Colossus production. SKillous, he is getting there. As he's splitting up his forces. Now, this can be dangerous. Basically, SKillous is getting ready for a tri-pronged attack. We have a Zealot run by on the right, we have a Zealot drop into the main, and the main army does get distracted by those Stalkers. And he does get into the mineral lines. SCVs are going to be going down. And ByuN, oh, he's pushing. That's what I was worried about. Oof. So the lines are connecting. ByuN commits across the map. Zealots are getting a lot of economic damage, but back at home, does SKillous have enough to defend? As these Zealots, they're wreaking havoc. They're forcing the all-in. 23, 24 CV kills. That's everything. ByuN is being crippled. Does send forward. Shield barrier's not ready. Decent force fields. But SKillous, he has forced the all-in. Has to reinforce. Pulling away. Getting across the map, denying the third. Getting 30 SCV kills. Colossus has arrived. And with the help of the Colossus, yeah, we should be fine. We should be okay. Tank goes down. Brutal mine shots, though. Brutal with mine connections. Zealots are just now being cleaned up in the main. But SKillous holds. I say that he does overextend for a moment. Risky moving out with the Colossus like this, but he has plenty of Zealots. Yeah, he's okay. Warping complete. And ByuN is in a rough position here. He can't just go back home. He's overstimmed, bleeds out more Marauders, more Marines. And SKillous, he has momentum. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. ByuN could not hold, and SKillous takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. SKillous. GG, well played. Let's take a lead here again. SKillous, it was quite risky going for those Zealot counterattacks, those Zealot run-bys. Up until that point, ByuN, he was holding his own. He had longevity in that game. He was getting his third base up and running. But alas, he made the decision. Basically, when the Zealots hit the mineral line, when they got into the main base, ByuN, he chose not to turn around, not to defend. He chose to commit across the map. And in the end, SKillous, he barely had enough to hold on. He was able to deflect the army. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he chose to commit to the all-in. And with that, ByuN is one game away from losing the series. Oh boy. He has to begin the comeback here and now as we load into El Dorado. Here we go. Loading into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0, one game away from claiming the series. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. ByuN isn't himself these days. I don't think that's quite fair. ByuN is still, I would say, is he the most active Korean Terran? I think he is. I think he's close with Cure, because Cure is also quite active as well, but ByuN, he plays in a lot of tournaments. He plays in a lot of open cups as well. I would say that ByuN is very much so in form. And I was trying to emphasize previously that, again, if you were here last week, ByuN did 3-0 SKillous. He did 3-0 SKillous. That was in last week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. I was trying to emphasize that these two have been playing a lot recently. So ByuN, he 3-0'd SKillous during STC. Meanwhile, SKillous did defeat ByuN during SEL. If you're watching over the weekend, they did play during StarCraft Evolution, and now they're here in OSC. They just keep playing. And when it comes to the game so far, unfortunately, I mean, especially when it comes to Whispers of Gold, I do agree that the beginning of the game was a little bit slower for ByuN, which is maybe a little bit more unexpected. But yeah, despite that, SKillous, he was all over him. He was able to catch him out with those counterattacks, which we have seen has been the failing of ByuN from time to time. I say the failing of ByuN. What a lot of Terran players can struggle with, like Zealots, they overwhelm so fast and so quickly. Like, Zealot run-bys are brutal here, not just in this matchup, but in most matchups. And yeah, that, I mean, again, ByuN, he did make that decision. Did decide to push, to commit, to move out, to be aggressive, and that's ByuN. I mean, if you want a more defensive player, then I mean that's where you have some of these other players like Spirit, I guess, or Piotr, Kior as well. From here, though, we're getting into our next game. We do have this time, for the first time this series, actually, double gas. Now this is what we expected last game on Whispers of Gold. Double gas is a more aggressive start. It leads into a faster factory. It leads into a faster starport as a result. ByuN is expanding, don't get me wrong, but he will be able to get faster tech. Meanwhile, SKillous for the first time this series, Stargate. So suddenly a lot becomes available here. A lot does open up to us. And we'll see if ByuN can scout, more importantly. If ByuN can get a read on what's happening, he's moving out with his Reapers. If he does scout, if he does confirm the Stargate, he can punish this quite hard. We can see an earlier tech lab into Cyclone, into an early move out across the map. But until then, ByuN has yet to confirm and does dive into the main, and ByuN, he will scout the tech. And now he does get eyes on that tech lab, or on that Stargate, was I meant to say. Is where the Stargate does pull back. ByuN behind this, he was already going, there we go. He was actually making a Widow Mine. He cancels the Widow Mine, and here comes that Tech Lab. Now, this is a later response here by ByuN. Ideally, he would have liked this Tech Lab a little bit earlier for the add-on swap, or to get into the earlier Cyclone. So, unfortunately, a later response here, as it was a later scout. Plus into the mineral line. Gets one, gets two probes. Doesn't get much more than that. From here, SKillous does defend, he does hold, and here comes the push. Now it is going to be a Cyclone first. We did see the medevac on the way for a moment, but we do cancel. And the problem here is that this response is delayed for ByuN. Yeah, and he's going for the Viking. So a medevac, he's a little bit indecisive here. I was going to say a medevac response is to be more aggressive. Viking is more defensive. We see one, then we cancel, we go for the other. Now, a big reasoning for this indecisiveness is just a late scout as to what was happening. Remember, ByuN, he was opening Widow Mine, and then he had to hard switch into Cyclone, which means the Cyclones are late. They're late to begin with. So ByuN, he gambled with his opener, gambled poorly, so he had to kind of hard switch out of it. And he's getting ready for drop play. Now, it can be risky trying to get past these Phoenixes. Cyclones are revealed, and SKillous, he's on a timer here. He needs a little bit more time for that charge. Phoenixes are rotating. ByuN is pushing. As we mentioned before, Phoenix openers do leave you vulnerable, and Dark, he wants to try to take advantage. Sorry, ByuN wants to try to take advantage of that. Let's try to move in. Phoenixes, they can try to punish that third base. It's a very early third by ByuN, very greedy. Almost gets a Phoenix. Now, I do like this fast third base. Again, it's very greedy here by ByuN, but so far it's been unscouted. It is a risk, and a risk that ByuN is getting away with. As ByuN, he's not moving out. So maintaining map control, he will gain a better economy as a result. Likewise, SKillous going to charge our Archon, not into Phoenix Colossus. He's under no real danger, as you mentioned. ByuN, he was just doing this to pop off his chest, to get a faster expansion, to get into a stronger mid-game. And this means that SKillous, he gets away with the Stargate. Again, it can be quite difficult here in TVP to survive the early game with Stargate play, but SKillous does get away with it. Nation going to be confirming, gets eyes on all the bio. Gets eyes on the setup. SKillous now taking up in towards Storm, maintaining map control. Keeping tabs on ByuN. ByuN's the most active Korean. As I mentioned, just to emphasize, ByuN's the most active Korean Terran, is what I said. Terran player. I think I would say herO is more, it does play in more tournaments than ByuN. But herO, he's been an animal recently. Been an animal. I was comparing ByuN to like Gumiho, Maru, Cure, Bunny, Ryung. And it's been very active. Playing in a lot. Meanwhile, SKillous going for his own Zealot run by setup. Likewise, both players are building up, getting fully saturated. Ghost Academy is on the way to get into Ghost production. ByuN trying to catch out those Phoenixes. Up! Can't stim in. Does stim, doesn't quite get them, takes down the pylon. Pulls away as he stims out. Zealots do hit the mineral line, but last are reinforcements, and ByuN he will defend. Does defend. Does shut down the charge lots. Likewise, Bay is now on the way, so skills building up towards Colossus. Again, ideally you do want to diversify your splash damage. So let's go Storm into Colossi. Getting into a longer and later game. From here, SKillous should soon take a third. Sorry, should soon take a fourth base because of the fast third of ByuN. ByuN is in a better economic game state. This is the reason why ByuN has a much larger army right now, is because he got away with an insanely fast third. And SKillous, he is losing map control. So I'm a little bit concerned for SKillous. He needs these storms to connect. As ByuN is now pushing. Getting a little bit choked. Oh no! ByuN! Getting a little bit choked up with the pathing. As ByuN, he will be delayed. The tank is just it's too thick, Bap. It's too thick. Oh no. What are you feeding your tanks? Oh, nice storms. Oh my god. Storms just shut down the bio. There we go. Does notice. Does rotate back around. Actually, sorry, response to the Zealot run by even. Zealots stay distracted. They force back the army. SCVs are falling. Giving SKillous more time. Making 2 Colossus at a time here. Building back up. Nothing is moving out. So we can fast respect those storms. Storm does graze the army. Does land, taking out 2 of those marauders. Colossus are still on the way. SKillous needs a little bit more time. And they are arriving. Likewise, he has a massive amount of zealots pushing forward. Still has a full High Templar. Doesn't commit. Again, SKillous says nothing forcing him to engage. SKillous is all about buying time. It's all about buying time for more Colossi. Now he's up to 2. Soon he's going to be up to 4. Getting up to 4 Colossus. Oh, EMP goes up. High Templar barely pulls away. And does land the storm. I believe that was the final storm for SKillous. And now we can stim in. Yeah, ByuN can stim. He can try to force his way off the ramp. But now he's up to 3 Colossus. Soon to be 4. Yeah, the 4th Colossus has arrived. SKillous is bought enough time. At the same time, Zealot run by across the map. Does distract. Keeping ByuN busy. SKillous is going for the main army. Once again, brutal EMP. The Colossus are so vulnerable. This is a big misstep here from SKillous. The Colossus are going down one after the other. Did not have to push out like that. And with that, SKillous, he will lose everything. Gets 12 SCVs, but he lost his entire army. The Colossus, the High Templar, most of the Zealots. And SKillous, he has almost nothing left. Down to 1 Colossus. Again, he just got a little bit too excited. Didn't have to engage, didn't have to push out. As he just didn't really have enough to protect those Colossi. He had no buffer. And now ByuN is building out of control. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control here. Sims on forward. There's 1 Colossus left. There's no anti-air. The 1 Viking popping up. And GG gets called. ByuN, he will take the game and is looking to tie up the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he gets away with a fast third base, he gets away with a better economy, and we saw that reflected in the mid game with a massive army as well. And SKillous, he had to respect that he had to back off, he had to just take his time and build up his Colossus, build up his High Templar. Alas, SKillous, he did get a little bit antsy, did get too excited. He engaged ahead of time, and the fight did not go his way. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. ByuN does fight back. Here we go. ByuN does fight back. ByuN doesn't know if it's Colossus or Charge though. With the build of choice in that last game, it didn't really matter. Like, being aggressive against Charge can be really difficult and is not what you want. And it was a Charge-based follow-up, but ByuN was being more defensive and he was really just focusing on map control because of the fast third CC. So he got away with it. Did get away with it in the end. If it was a Colossus follow-up, I think ByuN would have been in a little bit more danger because we could have seen SKillous go for a faster, like, triple Colossus timing. But because SKillous went for Charge, that did benefit ByuN in the end. Did benefit ByuN, and here we go. We are now getting to our follow-up. We're now getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 2-1, still needs one more game to close it out. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. He needs to do anything, let's waste his resources. Just to re-emphasize once again, ByuN was hyper greedy last game. Just to re-emphasize, ByuN went for a very fast third. That is why ByuN snowballed out of control. I would agree with the sentiment of the Phoenixes at least scouting the third. If you remember, they didn't. The Phoenixes, they were zoned back by the Cyclones in the center, and they tried to poke in towards the main base, but they weren't able to rotate towards the third. So in that sense, I would agree that unfortunately, because of the zoning, the Phoenixes never saw the timing of the third base, and if they did, we probably would have seen a more aggressive response out of SKillous. We probably would have seen him be more aggressive, more assertive, and try to punish that third base in some way. So sure, in that sense, that is where SKillous did struggle. And with that, ByuN is now going for back into an economic opener. Okay, racks expand. Forced to throw it down off center, but does go for the CC regardless. So economic opener here out of ByuN, standard opener out of SKillous. We can settle it. Unlike the previous game, there's not going to be any early commitment into those Cyclones, into that early aggression, as we switch it up here on Ultra Love. Do switch it up. And we'll see how our players will shake things up here. Coming into Ultra Love, I would not want to see a Stargate. And actually, I was going to say I wouldn't want to see a Stargate opener, but SKillous, he did already see the economic build, so he knows that he would be a little bit safer. Regardless, it is going to be a Twilight counter opener out of SKillous, playing a little bit safer instead. So much more standard, much more of a safer response here by SKillous. Getting into his Twilight Council. The initial SCV goes down, not bad. Delays the CC. Just, jeez, it's 1 second away from finishing. Oh my god. Okay, delay it again. Not quite. Not quite. CC does complete, but that was a very cheeky move out of SKillous. He does shade into the main. And he barely does, get one. Barely not. Barely doesn't get one more SCV. Whew. Is cleaned up. Likewise, Center Depth has arrived. Denying mining time. Almost getting a worker. ByuN will maintain his natural. He forces back the Adept. And SKillous back at home. The question becomes, how many gateways? Do we go 2 gate blink, 3 gate, or 4 gate blink Stalker? How aggressive are we going to be? Now we have our second gate on the way. SKillous takes his third. getting to his third. Working towards blink. Still staying on a 2-gate setup here, so a very greedy build here by SKillous. We did mention earlier we were curious as to how many gateways would be thrown down. 2-gate blink into a third base. So SKillous is cutting corners, is being greedy. Again, recognizing the opener of ByuN, this does make sense. So he recognizes ByuN going for an economic start, so does SKillous. Likewise, nice kiting. Meanwhile, Helly's a bust into the middle line. Probe's going to be going down. Oh my god! Yeah, boys are being pulled in. 9 workers falling. Very nice damage here by ByuN. And they can 2 shots. Ooh, when they're lining up. Workers are lining up. They're getting roasted. 14 probe kills. That's basically a middle line. Middle line has gone down. Brutal damage. Alas, SKillous, he gets punished for being greedy. Remember, did go for a 2-gate setup. And with that SKillous, he needs to counterattack. Back at home, what do we have? We have 1 tank on the low ground. No tank in the main. True, there is an opening here. Oh, here's an opening in the main, but that natural is going to be secure. Does he go for the dive? Yeah, no shot. Not able to. Gets a couple of ACVs. Gets 3. Does pull away. Observer does get vision of the main. SKillous rotates. Oh, the Observer gets caught. Ay, ay, ay. Observer gets caught out. No high ground vision. And with that, no blink. No blink into the main base. ByuN, he defends. He defends. He's now secure. And ByuN takes the lead. Now, what I will say is that, thankfully for SKillous, he did go for a fast third. So he can make 3 workers at a time. He can replenish some of those workers. But this should have given him an economic lead, not be used to recover from an economic loss. So SKillous is still in a rough position. Making 3 probes at a time. And SKillous, he needs something to go his way. Gets a depot. Second observer has arrived. He can try to dive into the main base and try to bypass the main army. But now there's 3 tanks here set up. Oh. As SKillous, he's once again responding here with +1 charge and a gateway explosion. Now, what SKillous is going to be relying upon here is ByuN maybe overextending, likewise creating an opening, and SKillous being allowed into a mineral line. Whether it's a natural, whether it's a main base, run-bys always have potential. But SKillous is going to be quite reliant here on a mistake or a misstep from ByuN, as ByuN will soon move out once Stim finishes. So right now we're waiting for Stim, waiting for combat shields, and ByuN does have a terrifying army. Alas, SKillous, he's not set up for a counterattack. I mean, he's just now finishing up his gateways, just now finishing up charge. Prism's on the way. ByuN breaks out. SKillous, he confirms a 3rd CC. He knows that this is not a 2-base all-in, but it's still massive. Let's go. SKillous, hey, gets a medevac, not bad. Takes down the medevac, getting ready for that counterattack, but it might just be too late. Trying to warp in some zealots, and ByuN's not going to turn around. Ooh. Yeah, massive missile goes off. The flanking Raven. Let's go. The Raven pops up. ByuN sims in. And SKillous, he cannot fight this head on. The tank's a siege up. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. He shuts down the Zealots, shuts down the Stalkers. Jump across the map. We'll get some SCVs. But ByuN, he will not be stopped here. He will break down the 3rd. And SKillous, he cannot keep up with this army. Not after those early game losses. Again, SKillous, he was hoping to force ByuN to turn back around, but too little too late. And the Nexus is going to fall. Colossus from behind. Oh, the Colossus! Oh my god, Colossus goes down. Again, the tanks annihilate the Colossus. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, that early game damage was brutal. It does take a while for something like that to really be prominent and really be shown in the game itself, but the reason why ByuN was able to snowball out control with such a large army is because last SKillous he had to focus on reprobing, on resaturating, on replenishing 14 dead workers, which was insane. As you mentioned, the one chance, the one hope for SKillous was to try to distract ByuN, to try to force him back home with the Zealot run-by, with the Zealot counterattack, but it was too late. ByuN, he didn't care. Sure, Zealots were getting some damage, but ByuN, he just committed. He knew that he had the momentum, he had the opportunity, end the game. Did end the game then and there. And with that, that leads us into the ace match. Leads us all the way to game 5, and this is all we ever want to do between these two players, going all the way to that final game, and we'll see how this story ends. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our red Protoss player. We have a red Protoss representing Team Liquid. He was up 2-0. He was up 2-0, now being forced to the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. We go. So we're going to be settling in. Ley lines kind of middle of the road when it comes to the size of the map itself. And we'll see how our players do open up. Again, ByuN has been mixing it up when it comes to his more aggressive and economic openers. SKillous, he has been trying to respond to ByuN. Go. Can a missile result in negative armor? I don't believe so. I don't believe it can bring you down to negative. That'd be crazy. I could be mistaken. I'm just making that assumption. Not fully aware. Oh, actually, never mind. I assumed it wouldn't. At least according to Wikipedia, it looks like it does. Oh, there you go. There you go. Does actually reduce the negative armor. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. There you go. Get a solid missile there out of ByuN. Oh, now we all know together. Entire missile means every shot does +3 damage regardless of the enemy's armor. There you go. There you go. As we've already seen this opener once before here by ByuN. If I remember, it was on Frostline. We're going to be opening up Marauder. Now again, the purpose of this opener is to catch out the first initial unit. Speaking of, Zealot moves out. Not the initial Adept though, and this is going to be able to scatter ahead of time. SKillous, the goal here is to delay the CC. The Marauder's goal is to punish that Adept. Marauder is revealed, and with that, SKillous should not shade into the base. So I'm going to distract though. Does him to distract. SKillous has to be careful. Shades forward, gets eyes on the setup. Is denied access to the main, and will cancel. So far, so good. Now from here, ByuN, he can try to make use of these Marauders and push out early on ahead of time, but this Adept is going to keep them pinned back at home, because if he moves out, then the middle line is exposed. So nice setup here. Meanwhile, this is leading into a 2-on-1. Again, this is the same build that we saw on Frostline, and we'll see if SKillous can recognize that. Now what this means here, as this is leading to a stim timing. Tech Lab on the second racks, into stim, into an eventual move out. So until then, SKillous knows he can be greedy. He knows he can probe up, he can take a third base. So far we have a 2-gate opener with Blink, and we'll see if SKillous does take the third expansion. MaxPax pushing forward, boys being pulled for a moment. Marauders, they hold their own. Trading well against the Zealot. Oh, catching out the Adept. Goes down. Nice little pickles here by ByuN. And as we did mention, because SKillous is aware of the 2-1-1, third CC. Sorry, third Nexus here. So once again, just like the previous game, it's going to be 2-gate blink into a third, very greedy build here by SKillous. Now this tells me that SKillous' main army is going to be smaller, but all he has to do is be ready in time for the stim timing. And remember, stim, it just now began. It just began. Which is why you can cut corners like this. You can be greedy knowing that you're safe until this comes into high gear. Go. As ByuN is moving out with his drop. 3 Widow Mines. We'll see what he can get done. Stim is still a ways away. There's a reactor on the starports for medevac production. And SKillous from here should soon be getting to his gateway explosion. We got the forge on the way, charge, it's blink into charge into +1. Gateways now being thrown down. And SKillous, he is soon getting ready for this. Observer did confirm. He knows. So now he's 100% certain. Before this Observer, he was just making the assumption that it was the same build and same setup after the Marauder. But now he has confirmation. And here come those gateways. Yep, there we go, getting up to a 7-gate setup. 3 gases into charge. Does spot the medevac. And it is going to be a double-pronged attack here. So ByuN is going to go for a stim timing towards the forward bases. And what am I dropping to the main? SKillous, he's aware of both. He's aware. Likewise, shield battery not ready yet. Yeah, shield battery's not done. We have some force fields trying to slow down the army. Wouldn't mind dropping to the main base. SKillous, he does respond. Whew, does pull away in time. So far, he's barely holding on. Force field working against him. But now we can focus. Now we can focus on this main push. Immortal arrives just in time. And with that SKillous, he is holding on. We have the Warden of Zealots. And only 2 probes go down so far. Whew. Does hold. Another Lord of Mine coming in. Alas, is going to be cleaned up. And with that, I do prefer SKillous' position. Unlike the previous game where SKillous, he was fighting to recover economically, here he maintains a greater economy. Got away with a fast third, got away with saturation. From here, SKillous can now take a 4th base, building up those Zealots. ByuN, he hit that timing. The timing did not do enough damage. And now the pressure is on ByuN. Oh no! ByuN is deflected. SKillous now taking up in towards Colossus. Getting his 4th base. Maintaining that lead. Now ByuN isn't out of this, but there's a lot of pressure on ByuN to be active, to get worker damage, to deny the 4th base. So ByuN is moving out. Behind this is 3rd CC, soon to be on location. Zealots, they do hit the 3rd base, and they're going to hit it just in time to deny the mining. To deny the expansion. Likewise, ByuN stimming forward, getting into the base. Can he force a cancel? Yeah, he can. He can, he will. Ooh, that was a kill! That was a kill, not a cancel. A lot more losses there for SKillous. At the same time, across the map, he does deny mining. A couple of SCVs are going down, just the one. ByuN is pushing forward. He's pushing forward. He has momentum. Decent force fields. He's running away some of the Marauders. Mine shots going up. Ace sims in. He takes out the Stalkers. Where those Zealots? Where those reinforcements? Colossus just in time. Kite's back is going to go down. Boys are being pulled. And SKillous is being broken. It's being broken here now. Just barely forced to pick up. Oh! Takes on some of the medevacs. Zealots across the map, 9 SCV kills, not bad. I was wondering where the reinforcements were. Looks like SKillous did go for an aggressive warping across the map. Got some SCVs. Oh. Cleans up the army. And SKillous, he is pressured. I mean, hey, he lost the 4th base. He has to warp in. I'm not sure he can do much to this army. Yeah, there's just too much bio. Too much bio here. SKillous, he backs off. Retakes the 4th. Back into Colossus. And despite SKillous having momentum early on, here we have to give it to ByuN. It is maintaining the economy. Breaks out. Forces back SKillous. Back at herO to flex the Zealot drop. So I'll say get 3 SCVs up. Just like getting a 4th. 4 SCV kills. So I'll take it to the mineral line. They get a couple of SCVs. ByuN does turn back around. Races back home, hunts down the Warp Prism. Now we can rest easy, getting a 4th CC. ByuN does maintain that supply lead. Again, a lot of that because he was able to kill the 4th. It's just now getting back up and running. The SKillous needs more time. He needs more time to benefit from it. Just now rotating. He's up to 2 Colossus. Barely any Zealots. Brutally MP. Again, we need those charge lots. Speaking of, they're across the map instead. Getting into the mineral line. Risky play here by SKillous. Brutally MPs. MPs do pop off. Nice target firing here on the Vikings. Does get both. Vikings go down. The 3 Colossus, they reign supreme. And across the map, 14 SCV. Oh my god. Across the map, that was 4 Zealots, by the way. Oh, brutal mind shots. But he gets 14 SCV kills. Very nice damage. That should not have happened. It was a risky move there for SKillous to move out with those Zealots, but it was worth it. Was worth it in the end, and this is what he was looking for. This is what he needed. SKillous, he's clawing his way back into this game. He does take an economic lead. ByuN still has a larger army. But SKillous is still in this. Meanwhile, ByuN getting his starports, getting into additional Viking production. He's got 2 so far. As disruptors have arrived. Building up to disruptors. 2nd robo is now done. SKillous now has a comparable army. Still has to rely quite heavily on those Novas. SKillous, he rotates. Up! Nova goes off. Does crazy army. No major connection. Search Nova. There's 2 more left. Down to 1. At the same time, while we're distracted, Zelza hit the natural, but alas, this time ByuN is ready. This time ByuN is in position. He's kiting back. Does kite back. SKillous hitting behind the mineral line, not bad. Does eviscerate the economy. 5 SCV kills. Denying mining time. And both players are about to max. Both players are maxing out. Still have potential up to how many disruptors? 6? 6 disruptors. SKillous moving in. Wants to make sure he doesn't get flanked. There he goes off. Once again, raising the army. SKillous, he rotates. One of the big mistakes you can make here that we've seen time and time again is pushing up this ramp because you can't get surrounded. So SKillous, he has to rotate instead. Heads toward the south side. Mine shots going up. SKillous, he doesn't find an opening. Damage new posture. We have a Dark Trend on the way as well. Getting to DTs. Likewise, the ghost count is still quite low. Only 4 ghosts. Just the 4. Better pickoffs there for ByuN. Sorry, for SKillous. Catch out, what, 4 Marauders. And the armies, they pass by each other. And going for a counterattack. SKillous, he can recall. And it's close enough to rotate. Gascazer goes down. Who's round 2? Nova's going up. Up! Ooh, massive connections! Nova's do connect. ByuN going for the expansion, does kill the base. Nexus does go down. But he cannot fight this army head on. Has to kite back. Attempts to surround. 14 probes do fall. Nice damage. Has that 3 disruptors as well. SKillous does fall behind. He does fall behind the supply. Does fall. Once again, takes down the ghost. Ghosts are falling. Vikings, they're popping off. There's 2 Colossus left. Up. Now there's 1 Viking. And Vikings are going down with the reinforced SKillous. He's barely holding on. Connects with the Novas. Shuts down the main army. ByuN falls back. SKillous has momentum. He's moving in. Let's pull away. He's got 1 disruptor. Let's go. He's just got the 1. Has to make it count. Again, there's still no Vikings. Never goes up. Ooh, doesn't connect. Disruptor does fall. For the Colossus, they will deny the upgrades. +3 going to be denied as well. A massive pickup. The eBay. Denying +3. Still reinforcing, warping in 7 cells at a time. And tonight +2 ship weapons as well. And now that SKillous has disruptors, he can move in. He has pushing power. ByuN's up against the wall, being denied an expansion. SKillous does maintain that supply. SKillous going for top left. Sorry, ByuN even. ByuN takes top left. Still maintaining himself. More disruptors on the way. And ByuN just can't build up that Viking count, not anymore. He cannot fight this. Oh, speaking of, there we go. I spoke too soon. ByuN is making 4 Vikings at a time. So deny mining. ByuN comes out too soon. 12 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Short side Nova. Ooh, does get a ghost. Ghost goes down. Another 14 SCVs falling. Catching out the Vikings. Miscontrol there by ByuN. He rallies in. These have just been better trades for skills over the past couple of minutes. Rotating back over. Ooh. Doesn't avoid the shot. Jumps him in. Gets the disruptor. Let's pick up there by ByuN. SKillous is going to be the first to max. And SKillous has to make use of that army. Here rotates over. Oh! Vikings, they can punish. Let's get the prism. Now up to 7 Vikings. A decent Viking count. So let's avoid their stalkers. Speaking of, Colossus is going to be going down. Finally, one does fall. He gets 1, he gets both. Now as they pop off, they do connect. Massive connections. And ByuN sims in. He breaks through. Breaks through the disruptors, chasing down the stalkers. SKillous has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. More disruptors in production. SKillous needs to buy time for a warp in. Warp in does finish. He's got his zealots. Charge are ready. Now he can take a fight. EMPs on the stalkers, not on the zealots. Zealots they tank, they buy time, and Marauders are going down. These are expensive losses here for ByuN. More Zealots coming in. ByuN somewhat trading. Nice blinks here by SKillous. Shuts down the MetaMax. GG gets called. ByuN gets surrounded. And SKillous will take the series at 3-2, advancing on and knocking ByuN out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense series. SKillous, he almost 3-0'd ByuN. SKillous had a massive lead ahead 2-0. ByuN did claw his way back in. He was able to win 2 games in a row, and here we were able to embrace a proper back and forth late game as well. It was quite intense. Definitely both players had their moments. ByuN killed the 4th base early on. SKillous killed the mineral line. Both players did max out, but last SKillous, he was able to take a better fight in the end. He was able to gain map control, able to gain momentum. If you recall, I'm referring to the moment when ByuN did push towards the right hand side, where he got almost surrounded. Essentially, he lost all of his Vikings, and it was 2 Colossus. It was only 2 Colossus, but for so long they were the backbone of SKillous' army. Viking count was reset, and ByuN, he was just bullied all the way back home. That was the moment where he lost the 3rd. He lost the 3rd base. He was being stifled economically, and SKillous maintained himself. Despite that, still very close. Still very back and forth. GG. GG, well played. SKillous does advance on... Oh, sorry, I did have the wrong score on screen. There we go. SKillous does advance on. SKillous will eliminate ByuN. GG. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. GG. Hola. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Alexander. Just catching up. Yo, thank you so much to HyperOne. Shout out to HyperOne for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, Poppy. Thank you. 4 months in a row. We cost my replay. We'll get to your replay at the end of the cast. Potentially. If not, maybe another day. Depends on how long the cast is. We have Wardy TV Monday after this. Here we go. So just catching up. Terrans will dominate Bio versus Roach fight with 1 good missile. Terrans, they dominate Bio versus Roach fights anyway. With Marauder, what are you talking about? There's a reason why Raven openers are not really viable and not really necessary. More importantly, against Zerg. So I feel like the discussion is a little bit misguided. Let's look more orders. What does skills need? Fast disruptors or lots of charges? I mean, both. Both can trade well, as you saw. Zealots, they do a great job tanking Marauder shots. Likewise, Purification Nova is a good way to zone as well. It's one of those things where I think some people might believe that maybe Disruptor is a little bit weaker, and they are weaker in a sense where in the new patch, Disruptors, they no longer one-shot Marauders when they're on full HP, but they still trade really well, and they still even kill Marauders as well, just because as the game progresses, Marauders, they get stimmed, they do get weakened, and they can still get quote-unquote one-shot given their like game state or HP state. Again, still a very intense fight, still a very intense series. Regardless, GG will play it. SKillous, he will advance on. And the question becomes, who will face off against SKillous? Up next, we have a ZVP between Dark and herO. Let's go. So we are jumping into game 1. Oh, game 1 going to be on herO. Beautiful. As spawning in the top right hand corner of herO, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing WBG, Weibo Gaming. At least at the time, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Dark. Let us go. Send and Demon. Okay, we'll cast in like 6 hours. Let's go. Where's herO? herO, he doesn't play in online tournaments, in most online events, I should emphasize. So herO, he is not a part of this event. For those that are curious, OSC Season 12 Championship, this is an event. This is basically kind of like the IM Katowice or the World Finals of online tournaments. So basically throughout the course of the year, playing in online events, players, they accumulate points in online weeklies and online open cups. And at the end of the year, they have been invited to the OSC Season 12 Championship. That's why we have players like Clem, MaxPax, like Dark, herO, ByuN, SKillous, more active online players. This is why we don't have players like Maru, Rainer, or herO, as they do not really compete or participate in many, if any, online events. They play in like some show matches here and there, in some invitationals, but typically events that are not partnered with OSC. So now we are going for a hatch gas pull. Standard opener here out of Dark, forsake the unnatural natural. Likewise, herO does go for his own gate expand into Cybercore. So standard openers all around. Bearing in mind we're loading into herO. herO is a much smaller map, much more aggressive map as well. Known for aggression, known for rushes. Plus 3 attack would have been a W there. True, that's something to consider, is that the upgrade was denied earlier, and plus 3 would have definitely impacted the game state and definitely impacted the fights as well. For certain. But be careful getting into arguments with people in Twitch chat, because everyone knows people in Twitch chat don't play StarCraft. be careful, Babby, be careful. I don't know why people are talking about Raven openers in TVZ. Aye. Be careful. Don't get baited. From here, there. Dark gonna be joining, gonna be taking his third. Likewise, Stargate opener here out of herO. Stargate most likely into Oracle. We have seen herO open up Void Ray, of course, but there it is. We have the opener of choice, gonna be the Oracle instead. The goal here is to take a third base, to harass across the map, gain map control. Adept does shade in, gets one, gets 2 drones, not bad. 2 workers, shades away. Very nice pickups here by herO. OSC Championship is smaller than I imagined. When it comes to OSC events, I believe there is a crowdfunding initiative for the OSC Season 12 Championship. But regardless of the prize pool, that doesn't impact, or would at least negatively impact like the strength of play, caliber of players. Not at all. Not at all. Nice, we still get to see games from these legends. Thanks for the cast, baby. Oh, este flipper project. Ah. Always, baby. Always here for them. We're always here to cast StarCraft. Always. Hope you're doing well. From here, herO takes his third. Likewise in position here to defend against Ling Rumbais. Both Oracles move out. With 2 Oracles, you can one-shot drones. You can one-shot workers. As Dark is going for his Ling counterattack, he's spotted by the Oracles. herO turns back around. And these Lings, they shouldn't really find too much damage here. They attempt this around, but Oracles are in position and Lings are deflected. Behind this, we have a 430 timing here with this lair. Earlier lair out of Dark. Interesting. Likewise, I don't see any tech. There's no Roach Horn. There's no Evo Chamber either. This could be for something more aggressive here. Ooh, as the Oracles, they dive in, they get 4, 5, 6 drone kills. Oh my god. 6 drones go down. Oracles, they dive in. They scout the timing of the lair. And I'm leaning towards Ling Hydra. Otherwise, we could see Muta play isn't really viable. Not in this kind of game state. Hydras would make more sense. Dark is redroning, resaturating. Not setting up for an all-in. The other option would be Ling Queen Knight all-in, but there we go. Gases are being taken. So Dark is getting to 4 gases. Once the lair is done, we should be seeing his tech of choice. You know, herO back at home. going Twilight Council into Forge. Should be +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up. So far, nothing fancy here out of herO. And there it is. There's that Hydrogen. Now, I believe Dark is getting ready for a 3-base all-in. The reason why I assume it's going to be a 3-base all-in is because Dark has no Evo Chamber. He has no upgrades. He has no longevity in this game. Also, he's cutting workers at 50. That is less than 3-base saturation. So he's cutting workers earlier on. And yep, Dark, he's massing Link. So he's going for a Link Hydra all-in. It's all or nothing. As we tried to emphasize previously, this map is very small. It's a very small map. It is a rush map, so all-ins are favored here on herO. And Dark, he is going to commit. herO, it's going to be on herO to slow down the army, to pick away at the Marine, to pick away at the Lings. To engage with Dark ahead of time. See if he can. herO, he rotates. Does rotate. Shades, they keep tabs here on the Lings. Again, Dark, he hasn't made a drone in minutes at this point. It's been it's been a long time. Just hasn't made any drones. herO, he recognizes that. He sets up back at home. Stasis traps on the way. Bay as well for Colossus. More stasis traps. herO, he's preparing for the all-in. Getting caught out. Nice stasis. Lings, they surround. Hydra's building up. Back at home, we have cannons, we have shield batteries. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for herO. If given a little bit more time, herO is going to have that Colossus. And there's no answer to the Colossi. So Dark, he's got to go. But at this point, it might be too late. It might be too little too late. Dark collapsing in. Comes in from behind, baits out the stasis. Stasis baited. Oh, the other does connect. Now Ling's getting caught out. Dark trying to go for a better angle. And he will get on top of the Robo. True. He can try to focus on that Colossus. Oh no! Ooh, does deny it. Very close. Ooh, very close, very clutch. Colossus is denied. Third base is exposed. And Dark, can he break herO? So far, good wing control. Does keep those Stalkers alive. Oracles, they come in. They shut down the Lings. Boys are being pulled. And herO, he blinks on top of the Hydras. Hydras are exposed. They're going down one after the other. Dark is being broken. He'll lose everything. Every single Hydra. Lings as well. And herO defends. herO, he barely does defend without the Colossus. Would have been a cleaner defense, but regardless, he's holding. Does hold on, and Dark, he's not droning. Dark, it's too late. It's too late to drone. No saturation. Still massing up a second wave, a second round of all-in. Is getting ready. And because he sniped the Robo, there's still no Colossus. So Dark, he can still pull this off. Can still pull this off. This less so though, as do you see what I see? Dark, he's droning. This tells us that Dark, he recognizes that he cannot end the game. He most likely cannot kill herO, so he is faltering. He is not feeling too confident. He's trying to drone, and this is late. It's late droning, late saturation. He has no tech, he has no hive, no upgrades, no +1, no lurker den. Yeah, this is looking bleak here for Dark. Right now he's trading with the army, but you can see herO is getting further and further ahead, now getting a 4th expansion. Colossus finally is going to arrive. Dark, he pulls away. Yeah, you can see here he's droning. There's the first Evo Chamber for +1 attack, for +1 melee or +1 range. And here he's already working on +2. By the time +2 finishes, Dark is going to start +1. He's getting to Roach Hydra. Just a really rough position here for Dark. At this point, Dark, he's hoping that herO makes mistakes. If herO overextends, if herO gets caught off guard by a Roach run by or a Ling run by or a counterattack, if herO pushes too far onto creep, then there are some chances here for Dark. Or hey, if herO leaves the door open. True. I mean, hey, that does that all the time. There's potential for a run by, there's potential for a counterattack, always against herO. Always. As the wall is open. But it's about getting past that wall or getting to the wall itself. Oh, as herO, he is going for the Fleet Beacon, going for Tempest, going for Sky Toss. So herO getting further ahead. Hydra's moving in, stasis goes off, does catch the Hydras. Does force Dark back. At least the Hydra survive. And Dark is about to max out. He's getting to that maxed out point, but what's important is the quality of the army. This is where the soup does lie. We talk about this all the time. The soup does often lie. Yes, Dark, he does have a higher army supply. He is maxed, but he's maxed out on 0-0 Roach Hydra. It's a very low tier army, very low tech army, and doesn't have much longevity at all coming into this game. herO, meanwhile, is turtling on 4 bases. He has 3 Colossus, and there's a mothership on the way. Mothership's on the way, second robo as well. 1 200 supply army is not quite like the other. Not quite. And now Dark, just hoping that the army moves out. Now we get the infestation bit on the way, into Lurker, then into Hive, into Lurker upgrades. Dark is still very much so a ways up. Here come 2 more Stargates. I do think this could have been thrown down sooner, but now here he's getting ready for a Skytoss transition after he trades. And here comes the move out. Dark setting up for a surround. Let's go to army behind this. Attempts to surround. The force fields are brutal. 0 Ravagers. First Colossus does fall. Not a bad pickup. A bit of an awkward fight here for herO. But he shuts down the flank. Pulls away. And as herO trades out some of his army, he should be replacing it with Skytoss. Oh, as he's being cornered. Not bad at it, Dark. Oh my god. Never mind. Doesn't quite corner the army. Zealous, they come out. They come in for the surround. They shut down the Hydras. And Dark, he's forced back. And here come the Tempest. Making 3 Tempests at a time. herO maintaining that lead. Dark starts stepping forward. Here comes the mothership. Here comes a cloak. 0 detection. No overseer. Dark, he can't fight. He cannot engage. Has to pull away. herO is embracing those Tempests. So as Dark is getting to Lurkers, herO he's already working towards the counter to said Lurkers. Dark rotates. herO keeps up. Keeps up with the rotation. Dark going for a split push. Tempests are revealed. There is no Spire. But at least Dark, he's denying the expansion, denying the 5th. At least trying to. As more roaches getting called out, still more efficient trades here from herO. Now getting to Storm. Dark, he will collapse on the expansion though. And the High Templar exposed. Oh, clutch cloak. Whew, very clutch. Does fall back. The base is denied. But the Tempests have arrived. The answer to the Tempest is going to be Vipers initially. We have some Vipers on the way, but they need time to gather energy. Tempest getting free damage. Storms do zone away. There's still plenty more High Templar, plenty more Storms. Dark collapsing in, takes a Storm to the face. Another Storm as well. He's just gonna commit. He just commits and takes every single Storm with that. GG gets called. Dark's army crumbles, and herO will take game number 1. GG. herO does take a lead, but again, it was just a really rough start there for Dark. Dark, he committed to an all-in, the all-in failed, and from that moment, Dark was behind. He was behind, and he was holding his own. He was at least denying expansions. That is true. He was trading with the army, but there was nothing behind it there for Dark. There was no further tech there. There was no Lurker switch yet. The Vipers were still on the way. There was no Spire, no Corruptors. There was no economy, no upgrades, and nothing quite there for Dark. And with that, GG, herO takes the lead. And now we're jumping into game number 2. We'll see if herO can extend that lead or if Dark can bounce back as we load into El Dorado. Let us go. Loading into El Dorado. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg from South Korea himself, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can tie things up. It is Dark. We go. So we are settling in. We are calming down. Once again, Dark going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. Oh, he's going for it. Does send down the second drone. This is something that Dark does enjoy doing, or does favor doing, is if he's denied the expansion, to try to sneak in regardless. Oh, he's attempting to, but herO, he's very familiar with Dark. He's still in position. He does not abandon this location. Now moves in. Dark, he sneaks in from behind, and he will take the natural on location. Whew, does take it. At the same time, he moves out across the map. Dark, if he was denied any longer, he's ready for the hatch block. He's going for it anyway. But he's denied. Probe is in position. Oh! Drone will delay for a couple of seconds. Yeah, herO forced to throw down the cyber core before expansion, so an inefficient start out of herO. Likewise, very late natural for Dark. That's the downside here. Dark, he had one drone that wasn't mining, of course, that was moving out across the map. He had another drone that was hiding as well. The base is late, but same can be said for herO, at least a little bit. Ooh, meanwhile, Dark, he does get the gas steal. Yeah, missed movement there from herO. Did allow that to happen. Dark does take the gas, so some inadvertent damage. Will delay some of the tech. And now we can settle in. Settle into our game again. Dark just being as annoying as possible here. Now, typically, herO, he could just take his natural gas geyser and still maintain himself, but because the Nexus was delayed, it means it confirms that the gases are going to be late here for herO. So the gases are late for herO. Forcing back the Overlord. herO, he's mining through that southern mineral wall. Looking to expand towards Dark. Dark doing the same. Love to see it. Players, they expand towards each other. Gas guys are under fire. Now, something that herO is very fond of is being hyper-aggressive on this map. Something that I should wind it back here with is welcome one and all to El Dorado. herO going for a proxy gate across the map. El Dorado is a quirky map just because you can expand towards your opponent, and if both players take these expansions, the rush distance by ground is insanely short. From third to third, one screen basically. One screen does separate the two, so all-ins from both sides are favored. Speaking of all-ins, massive gateway explosion, no expansion, no third. Uh-oh. This is a really unique build. herO, he has no tech either. He has no Twilight Council. Gas Geyser goes down. He's getting up to, what, 4 gates? He has 3 at home, 1 across the map. A 4-gate setup does warp in. Dark, he sees the warp in. He knows. And Dark, what does he have to defend? He's got 3 queens. He's got a handful of lings. Ling speed is done. Adepts say commit, and lings are going to be going down early on. And that's what goes here by herO. Does kite back, trading as best he can. herO, he won't overwhelm. He's waiting for the warp in, waiting for reinforcements. More adepts on the way. Into delayed Twilight Council. I don't know what the hell here is. I've never seen this before. So late Twilight Council out of herO. Dark, meanwhile, going for a Bane Bust. I mean, again, here, Dark, he's aware of the proxy. He has scouted, he has spotted. He's going for a Bane Bust follow-up. Meanwhile, herO is going for a Glaive Adepts. But delayed Glaives. Remember, this was a Twilight Council after the 4-gate setup. So just a really quirky build here from herO. Very awkward. Now he can still trade well against these Lings. He does commit to the Shade. He does commit. We get a surround here on some of those Adepts. But overall, better positioning here from herO. Does get behind the mineral line. Despite that, it's going to be cleaned up. And the problem is, after the cleanup, Dark, he can Bane Bust. Like, herO, he's in trouble here. Glaive Adepts that don't trade well against Link Bane. They trade well against Lings, don't get me wrong. The Baneling's going to be an issue. Still, though, better positioning. Jesus, Adepts, they hold their own. We spoke about it. Without Banelings, these Lings, they melt. Oh my god. Better trade for herO. Banelings are now on the way. Banelings are going to be scouted. Big scout here for herO. He's aware. He takes notes. He pulls away. Behind this, throwing down extra gateways, a forge, a dark shrine, I guess. Glaives are now done. But thanks to the Banelings, herO should not come into a shade. He should not shade in, as he will lose everything. Now, these Dark Templar have potential, especially because they allow for Archons to morph in as well. Archons are going to be ideal. As here he scouts, he checks, he confirms no saturation. Not yet. Dark is droning, but this is late saturation from Dark. Here is still shading in, still keeping Dark busy. Again, Dark has to respect those shades. Fully walling up. And here he expands. There we go. Does take a third. Does expand towards his opponent. And now Dark is unaware. He has no overloading position, unfortunately. But he's scouting. Does move out. Does scout. Waddling in. Oh, there's the Spore, though. Yeah, Spore's in position. Dark, he's on hashtag, right? No lair. Uh-oh. Without a lair, Dark, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. He can't move out. He's trying to incorporate Lingbane Roach Ravager. He's stumbling his way. I mean, it's just been a really awkward game. Like, it's just been a very awkward game. Dark kind of stumbling his way into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Likewise, herO stumbling his way into a third base. Off of a really weird setup, but eventually into Blink, he's got Mass Glaive Adept. I don't know what the hell's happening in this game. It's a lot of Adepts. It's a lot of Adepts. Now, are there enough Adepts where he can just tank these Banelings and commit anyway? I still don't think so. No shot he commits. That would be a disaster. But here he's still threatening his opponent. Rotating back around, third base getting up, and here he should be getting ready for that Archon timing. There we go. Archons are massing up. These Archons are going to trade beautifully. Blink is almost done. Here is still not quite committing. He's keeping Dark pinned. Yo, Dark going for the Infestation Pits. That's an interesting choice. May go for Infestors. I don't really see too much value in rushing into Hive, but I mean, I guess he can. Against almost purely a gateway army, I can see the value in Infestors, for sure. I can't see the value in it. Enough down. Oh, Roaches are stuck on the other side. I'll let them free. Let them be free. Roaches, they try to slip away. Let's go. And the answer is not Infestor, is Swarm Host. This does make a lot of sense. I should have mentioned this earlier, but Dark, he is very fond of Swarm Host plays, specifically on El Dorado. The reasoning for this, because depending on how you expand, there's always an opening. What do I mean by that? This entire northern section, this entire northern area is free real estate here for Nidus Worms and for Locust Waves to lay siege here upon the mineral line. The opposite would be true if here had expanded towards the north. would have been this southern area here for Swarm Host play. So we often see a lot of Swarm Hosts from Dark on El Dorado because of that fact. We'll see if he can get there. Now moving forward, that's a kill, not a cancel. Nice pickup. Takes down the Nexus. Trading with the army. Swarm Host moving in, actually going for the main fight. Oh, that I was not expecting. This time less certain of. As Baileys are waddling in, they get some connections. But for the most part, they're dealt with. And Dark is vulnerable. That's dead supply. Swarm Host, they spend their Locust Wave on the army. It does nothing. Gateway's going to go down. But here he can push in. He can and will. Does move forward. I'm going for the expansion. Oh, that's going to be a kill as well. Both players, they lose their fort bases. Brutal Force Fields, no Ravagers. Yeah, no Ravagers, no piles. Roaches, they do collapse on the army though. Decent concave, decent setup. Despite that Stalkers, they're still trading well. They shut down the Roaches. Another Locust Wave comes in. Oh, but here he has to back off. Does retreat, does back up, but the trades were brutal. Even more Roaches falling. Oh, can he get the Immortal? Up. Barely not. Oh, it's going to be close. Immortal barely escapes. At the same time, at Eps, they do shade into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down, and these are just brutal trades here. Dark is being torn apart. He lost how many? 26 Roaches for 11 Stalkers. Wasn't worth it. Lost his main army. Lost most of his army even. And the only thing stopping herO from pushing in is the Swarm Host. Are there Swarm Hosts? But there's going to be 17 drones falling. Swarm Hosts are in the Night Swarm. Night Swarm is going to finish. herO building up his Colossi. herO trying to respond. Locust Wave does get into the gold, does hit the mineral line, and after this Locust Wave runs out, that's when herO can counterattack. So he's waiting for it. Nice kill. Nexus falls, and I mean, here it is. I mean, the Roaches, they get punished for it. herO, he's committing, and now Dark is vulnerable. As he'll be losing so many Roaches here, and he barely has an army to stand. Infestor comes out, does land a fungal, raises the army. And here he's done it. He breaks the backbone here of Dark. Dark has nothing left. A handful of Roaches. Swarm Host without a Locust Wave. And herO is going for the kill. Does go for the throat. There is Locust Wave available. Just in time. Dark is barely holding on. Locusts come in. Colossus, they kite back. And GG. herO, he will take a 2-0 lead. And is one game away from claiming the series. GG. Whew. The hell did we just watch? Remember, that was a proxy 4-gate setup into delayed Twilight Council, into a Dark Shrine, into +1 on 2 bases, into a late third. It was a crazy game. It was a crazy setup there from herO. Likewise, Dark was trying to respond, trying to react, but was one step behind. It felt one step behind. He was unable to keep up with herO, and with that, herO does snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. I need a moment to recalibrate after what just happened. need to calm down, Pappy. Calm down. Catching up with the chat. Calling it a build seems generous. I mean, it was a game. It was a game. I think he's just freestyling. I agree. I would say it was more freestyling from herO, for sure. Just going with the flow sort of thing. Hey, it works. He's quite flexible. True. Very flexible. And yo, a shout out to Walrus Jutsu in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Walrus, for subscribing for 18 months. Oh my god, Pappy. Thank you so much for a 1.5 years of support. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, Walrus. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support as we are getting into game number 3. potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. One game away from claiming it all. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Down heavily here in the series, the pressure is on the SFI back here and now to have a chance at advancing on into the next round. It is Dark. The pressure is on. And now that we get away from El Dorado, I mean, I should also emphasize El Dorado, because it is a quirky map and is often vetoed, it does lead to some weird games sometimes, which is what we saw last time. Here on Amygdala, we should be seeing something more standard. We should be taking a breath and getting into something with more of a semblance of standard play, into our tech, into our third base, into the mid game. Again, Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger, a little bit easier to maintain a 4-base setup. I say that depending on how herO expands and on how Dark expands, we could see herO be aggressive on this map. We have seen herO embrace 8-gate 3-base all-ins quite frequently on Amygdala. Basically, especially depending on when and where Dark takes this expansion, we could see herO expand towards Dark, apply pressure, reinforce, and just break through. Just break Dark. But it will also depend on how and when he expands, and takes his third, and takes his fourth. But now here, just being as annoying as possible. Did already mine through the minerals. Just tasing away at the drone. Shouldn't kill the drone, it's getting low, but should be okay. Yeah, it's just forcing a reaction out of Dark. Behind this, Dark does take his natural on time, on location. Last game we saw a bit of an awkward timing for Dark as his natural was delayed. I'm sure that also played its role as to why herO proxied and why he went for the opener that he went for last time, was just the really kind of like shaky start from Dark. But now a lot more solid. As from here, herO is going for his Stargate, standard opener. Stargate opener into Oracle, into a third base. We could see herO open up Void Ray instead. There is value in opening up Void Ray to hunt down these overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and to try to hide some tech. So there's a place for Void Ray play, otherwise you should see an Oracle. And there it is, Oracle is in production. So herO going for a much more standard opener here. The reason why Oracles and Stargate play is more standard is that it just allows the Protoss player to defend early on against Ling aggression, to establish their third base, to scout across the map, to cripple the economy or threaten the economy of the Zerg. Oracles are just very versatile, especially on the latest patch, especially with NG overcharge. Oracles are even that much more effective. So just a really powerful early game unit here for the Protoss, for herO. With that, he hunts down the first Overlord. And Dark, he goes for a very early Evo Chamber. Okay. There's a 340-ish timing with the Evo Chamber. This should be for +1 melee. You typically don't rush an Evo Chamber for +1 range. This should be for melee, which means Dark plans on skipping roaches. Typically, the goal would be to prioritize your Ling aggression, your Ling commitment, to skip roaches, and to get into faster lair and faster Hydra production. As you preserve your gas, essentially. And there it is, there is melee. So I did mention, so it is going to be Ling Hydra. Behind this herO, he does throw down a very early Twilight Council. Okay, goes to the expansion, throws down an early Twilight Council, Gateway Explosion, no Forge. This could be Glaives. If this was a standard player, any other player, I would say Glaives. Because it's herO, he could go for Blink. There we go, Glaives. Okay. So again, this does make plenty of sense. The reasoning for this is that you do not have a Forge, so no upgrades. Adepts that don't really benefit from upgrades. And this has potential to end the game. This isn't supposed to. Glaive Adepts as a follow-up is designed to harass, is designed to deal some economic damage and give the Protoss player a lead as they get into the mid-game. That's typically the goal here. But because of what we mentioned, because of the fast Evo Chamber, no roaches. No roaches, no Bailey Nest. Glaive Adepts, they can trade so well against Ling Queen, and they can overwhelm. So I'm very concerned here for Dark. Checking hero's vision, he saw the Evo chamber. I apologize, I didn't see when he saw it, but this could very well be just a response to what hero saw. To the commitment into Lings. Now, thankfully, Dark is getting a safety Baneling nest, so there is going to be an answer to the Adepts. But it's not going to be easy. Basically, he has to rely on those Banelings connecting. He has to hope that hero commits to a Shade and commits into the Ling Bane. So Baneling nest is in production. Adepts, they're already moving out. Glaives are done. And the Baneling nest is not ready. It's just not ready in time. It's not here. And Dark is in trouble. Adepts, they do bust forward. Queen's being targeted down. He gets one. One queen falls. Baneling nest is now done, but Lings, they try to engage. Gonna be forced back. Adepts, they shade into the third. Dark did already evacuate. Did escape. Whew, thankfully. Banelings are morphing in, and Dark, he's holding. Dark, so far, he's holding on. We have a second wave coming in. Does commit. Lings gonna surround. And we just keep warping in Adepts. He just doesn't stop. He's not stopping. He should. As Dark, he is holding on. Adepts, they do hit the fourth. Ling Bane trying to amass up. As hero doesn't commit, and it looks like he will kill the expansion. Yeah, the base is getting low. The Lings, they commit to a surround. Banelings waddling in. Up. Decent connections. Dark barely saving the expansion. And Dark holds. Yeah, he saves the base. Queens, they respond. More Adepts have arrived, though. More Adepts moving forward. With his reinforcements, so Dark, he's holding. He defends. He shuts down the aggression. Whew. And Dark survives. And from here is going into Ling Hydra. Hydra tech has been delayed, though. And hero, he's still relentless. He's still pushing in. Does dive into the mineral line. 5 more drone kills. 5 workers going down. Banelings, they do somewhat. They try to connect. One does, so does the other. Lings are going down. Banelings, the connection is not good enough. So we're pushing forward. Does push forward, and Jesus, like, due to the relentless aggression here, it looks like he's finally breaking the expansion. He's breaking Dark. Banelings are denied. They do not finish. Oh, one does. Adepts, they shade in. Nice bit here by hero. And eventually, he broke through the Ling Bane, got on top of the expansion. The fourth base is close to falling. Drones are going down finally. As he shades into the main, the Hydras, they do not trade well. They don't hold their own. Not against Glaive Adepts. And Hydras are going down one after the other. Dark is getting pulled apart. I mean, impressive. It looked like Dark was holding. It looks like Dark, he was getting out of it, but no. The Adepts, they just continue. GG gets called hero. The answer here to Dark, just keep warping in Adepts. Just keep going. And hero, he broke him. GG, well played. Did break him in the end, and hero will claim the series 3-0. GG. GG, well played. hero just, again, he just did not stop warping in, did not stop committing across the map. Broke the third base, broke the fourth. Over time, he eventually just out-traded Dark. He was able to be more efficient as well, of course, against the Ling Bane, and did overwhelm. GG, well played. And again, just to reiterate, a big reason as to why this did so much damage over time is because Dark, he did make the decision early on to skip the Roach Ward. Made that decision early. As we saw here, he scattered the Evo chamber. The early Evo chamber screams +1 melee, so it did look like hero, after the scout, he reacted to his scout with Glaive Adepts. He recognized where Dark would be vulnerable and how to abuse that. So very well done, very well played there by hero. With that, hero does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, or I mean, we already know who is waiting for him. We just wrapped up with SKillous versus ByuN, and now we have our next series. We have herO versus SKillous. Let's go. In a PvP. Oh. We are setting up. Again, herO took down ByuN. herO took down Dark. SKillous took down ByuN. And now they face off in that best of 5. As we load into, oh my god, a rare sight, very often a vetoed map, and we rarely even get to cast this on a weekly basis, even once a week. Up next, we're loading into Neon Violet Square, the most vetoed map in the map pool. Let's go. And there's a reason for that. Neon Violet Square is the largest map in the map pool. The center of the map is very wide open. I'm shocked whenever we do see it. Again, it's a rare sight, maybe once a week, if that. We're here for it. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is herO. Go. So players are setting up, and we're settling in. Again, now when it comes to Neon Violet Square, it's, again, the largest map, very large map, very long rush distance by ground, likewise very defendable as well. You have your natural that has a ramp coming into it, so a very defendable natural. Likewise, you have a pocket base that you can take as a 3rd, you can take as a 4th, you can take as a 5th. You have a free base essentially here available to you whenever you so please. Likewise, the 4th and the 5th, or I guess the other close by locations, are also very defendable, very fortifiable here. They're close by ground, close by air. So because of that, basically your 5 base setup here is very congested, very close together, and easier to rotate between. So it can be quite difficult to break a defending 5 basing player. The 6th base is more exposed, true. So when we get into the late game, the 6th base is more vulnerable, whether it's this northern 6th base or the gold base as well. They are more exposed. But in the PvP, we probably won't get there. I'll be honest. Like, I'm talking about how, like, oh, you can, like, take a 3rd, take a 4th, take a 5th. In PvP, it's probably going to be a short one, as SKillous does open up with a proxy. Let's go. herO, meanwhile, opening up gate into Cybercore into expansion. A very greedy build here by herO. herO does open greedily. Meanwhile, SKillous opening up with what looks to be proxy Stargate. Cybercore about to finish. And with that, we have our tech. There it is, Stargate. So, if you're curious, what is proxy Stargate? Stargate is not an all-in. The goal here is to get economic damage. This is going to be proxy Oracle. Dive in and get 5-6 probe kills, and then expand, and then get ahead. And we'll see what skills can get done. For now, he's finally going for his probe scouts, and he will confirm just how greedy herO has opened up. He sees the timing of the expansion. SKillous doesn't even have a base. herO's is almost done. So there's a lot of pressure on this Oracle to make up for that. Stargate has completed. Oracles are on the way. Now, herO, when it comes to his scout across the map, he saw both pylons. I believe it was a later scout here. So hero's not fully aware of what's going on. He does have some safety sentries. He can go for hallucinations. But he's being locked down. And the Oracle has arrived. In the main base, shield batteries in production, but it's not going to finish up in time. It's not going to be ready. It's not going to be ready. SKillous does dive in. And he can focus on those probes. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 4, 5 probe kills so far. Nice damage. Going for the sentry. It does get it as well. 5 probes in the sentry. Well worth it here for SKillous. He does pull away. And likewise, even going for that shield battery. And we'll get it. Shield battery does pull. SKillous pulls away. But at the same time, actually, he gets into the main. Ooh, this should not have happened. SKillous, he fought so hard to kill 5 probes, and Adepts a shade into the main base. 5 workers go down, and herO, he maintains his lead. SKillous isn't done. He has 2 oracles now. He can one-shot probes. But last for now, he gets zoned away, and herO holds. he does hold. SKillous doesn't quite get any workers. Doesn't get the shots he was hoping for. Trying to dive further in. And here he's in a better position, straight up. Like after the early game, here he's enjoying a better position here with a better economy. Now taking up into Robo, into Forge, into +1, into Immortal production. Now, what I will say is that thankfully SKillous, he still has these oracles. So because of that, he has potential to deal even more economic damage. He has some potential. Let's get a revelation up. And speaking of recovering, that'll do it. What do we see? We're going for the gold. Let's go. SKillous, so he can get some economic damage done with these oracles, that is true, but SKillous, he knows he's behind. He knows he's behind, takes the natural, and he rushes into the gold base. This is a way to recover, but here he scouts, he confirms. Here he does see the gold. And now herO knows what to punish. As hero's gearing up, building up his immortals, getting into +1. From here should go into Blink himself, could go into Glaives and go for a 2-base all-in, true. I don't really know how powerful 2-base all-ins are on Neon Violet Square though. They are, I guess I should say, lessened. They're a little bit weaker on this map. But he is getting into a gateway explosion. Like herO, he has a choice to make. He can either throw down more gates or he can expand. And right now he's throwing down gateways. And we're waiting for Glaives. Oh, not quite Glaives, but the other one, Charge. This is a 2-base all-in. So here he is committing. And the goal here is to break SKillous. SKillous back at home, going for his own gates. Blink is on the way, +1. You can see SKillous, what he's doing here is he's checking. He's checking for expansions. Checks the gold, checks the left-hand side. He needs to check that pocket base. Going further in. He commits. Rushes past, sees the text, sees the Temple Archives, and he confirms. No expansion, 2-base all-in. Now SKillous knows. Now he knows for certain what's going on. It might be wise to abandon the gold. He can defend here at the ramp, but here out in the open, I feel like herO, he wants SKillous to try to fight at this location. Was the Oracle's a hunter down? But SKillous, he is moving out. Looks like he wants to make his stand here at the gold. Not going to be easy. Does spot the army coming ahead of time. Does trigger one of the shields. Safe trap is spotted. Ooh, does catch one of the Archons. Not bad. Archon gets caught. So herO does rotate. Does rotate, getting more Archons ready. Likewise, there are 2 shield batteries present here for SKillous. Let's put his shield batteries. Mainly very Zealot heavy. He's going to go for the dive. And can he get on top of that first Archon? Third Archon has arrived. Zelda gets zoned away. Shield battery doing what he can. But here he can reinforce. And he can break through. The Zelda, they're getting on top of those Archons. 1, 2, 3 Archons go down. Oh, sorry, 1 does survive. Despite that, the Immortals, yeah, they're getting so much damage in the back line. Getting on top of those Archons. herO, he should be able to break through this. It's getting close. Boys are being pulled. No Archons left to defend. And SKillous, can he get on top of those Immortals? Looks like he barely... cannot. Barely cannot. But SKillous, the base doesn't get broken. He's hold. He does hold on. herO doesn't commit. Again, these Immortals, they're very vulnerable to Zealots. Like, they're very vulnerable without Archons. So here he doesn't risk it. He pulls away. He needs those Archons to keep going. And SKillous, he's buying time. He has 4 shield batteries. He's buying more time. Warping in more zealots. Again, if SKillous can focus down those Archons of herO, then he can overwhelm. Oh. There's the feedback. Speaking of Archons, herO is getting a third Archon. Still moving in. Does get a couple of nice volleys though. Again, Shield Rider's a little bit too far behind. And SKillous is going for the Immortals. He does shut down one of the Archons. Yeah, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. SKillous, he has done it. He overwhelms. One Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. And SKillous holds. Whew. SKillous, he does hold on. herO getting forced back. And remember, herO, he's 2 base all in. He's 2 base all in. This was meant to end the game. And in a way it is. It's ending the game in favor of SKillous. Archons, they drop into the mineral line. They're getting some economic damage, but this pales in comparison to the army that SKillous has. And he's not turning around. He commits. He knows he has momentum. He's pushing out across the map. SKillous, he just needs a prism. Without a warp prism, it takes a long time to reinforce. I don't know if SKillous can break herO. Oh, herO goes for the warp in. Oh my god. Archon goes down. And SKillous, he does not have enough momentum. Doesn't have a way to reinforce. herO survives. But SKillous is in a better position here. Getting into +3. herO, he's going double robo, double disruptor. Disruptors are a way to recover. You can be down 20, 30, 40 army supply, but with some well-placed Novas, herO, he can bounce back. Did you go for the Dark Shrine as well? Not quite. But this is a comeback tool here that Protoss has in PvP. Is disruptors or DTs. Or even both at times. The bay is done. Disruptors are building up for herO. With that SKillous, he's just building up. He should be going for a Warp Prism. The Robos are still on the way. Is that still the first Robo for SKillous? Oh, it is. Okay, so that's the first Robo. So we can go to its own Prism. Until then, SKillous is being somewhat active. Checking for a fourth. SKillous taking his own. Uh-oh. Never goes off. Oh! Gets a Zealot. That one Observer coming in clutch. Oracle into the main. Here's ready. Whether it's an Oracle or a War Prism, here he is prepared. And SKillous, I mean, very important, he did scout, he did get eyes on those disruptors, and how does he respond? Second Stargate. He is making Phoenixes. Often Disruptor Tech does force out more disruptors from your opponents, and we do have a second Robo on the way, so it looks like SKillous, he's thinking about that. But Phoenixes are a really fun way to deal with this. The goal here would be to lift every disruptor though, and it's not easy. Not easy to engage with. But the goal is SKillous, he's got a little lifting to do. He's got to lift back. Gotta take that creatine. Let's go. As herO, he's gonna have a lot of disruptors. Getting up to 6, getting up to 7, soon to be 8. SKillous moving out. Likewise, supply block behind this, that will delay. Where are those pylons? There we go. Delay pylons here by SKillous. We'll allow herO to catch back up. Being cheeky. Never goes off. Ooh. Takes out two Zealots. Does catch 2. Keeping tabs on SKillous. As we face off, big shout out to Blaker Dudes in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Blaker Dudes, for the support, for resubscribing for 18 months as well. Oh my god, our second 18-month sub alongside Wolver's Juice 2. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 1.5 years of support. Do appreciate it. As here he is breaking out. How many disruptors? He has 10 disruptors. He has 10 Novas. It's crazy. I know we have Phoenixes, but I mean, they have a little lifting to do. Likewise, the Archons are here to protect. Right? The Archons are here to shut down those Phoenixes, to protect those disruptors. You can see Skill setting up for a surround. He has a flank on the right. He has the main army towards the center, outflank on the left. As here he's up to 12 disruptors. I don't think the Phoenixes are going to be good enough, I'll be honest. Fleet Beacons on the way. That should be for Skytos from the side of SKillous. Good motherships in production. Skills going for the economy. Not bad. But here he moves out with a terrifying army. Remember, here he's coming out of a failed all-in. He failed to break SKillous. herO, he was behind, but now I kind of want to favor herO's army. Man, when you have 12 disruptors, anything is possible. They can even shoot up. I mean, it's crazy. They can do anything. The Phoenixes are not safe. As here, he's just pulling SKillous back. Like, seriously, he just can't engage. How do you? I mean, even if he lifted every single disruptor he can, he only has 7 Phoenixes. Only 7. There's still going to be 5 Novas going off. As herO moves out, Ramai moves in. Skill's trying to punish herO, dragging him all the way back home. And this is buying time for another Stargate, but again, where's the Skytos? Where are the carriers? Where are the Tempest? That would be an answer to this. That's typically what this forces, is the Skytos transition. But SKillous, he's maxed. He can't get there yet. Now getting into Immortal. herO moves in. And herO, I don't think he can be stopped. Don't think he can be. As they connect. Phoenixes, they respond, they rotate. I'm still not fond of the Mass Immortal. I mean, this also shows why typically disruptors force out other disruptors from your opponent and you end up in disruptor wars. Because it's so difficult to deal with them otherwise. That's still wrong by 12 probe kills, not bad. Forces the recall. Does force a recall. herO, he turns back around and more probes falling. Zelt's in the natural. But now being distracted. SKillous, he pulls away. Pulls away, catching any stray units. Doesn't find much. Not yet. Now pulling away. And now he's freed up supply. For what? For carriers. There we go. Carriers are in production. That proxy's still up and running, by the way. I don't think it ever got scattered. No, it did. Sorry, it did get scattered. Here he left it alone. SKillous needs more time for the carriers. herO blinks in. Nova's going up. Nova's they will connect. They connect with the Immortals. They connect with the Archons. Slow zones, they do impact those Novas though. They do shut them down. They'll run by once again. Catching the army. Oh! Bit of a move command. They're running into SKillous. And carriers, they have been revealed. SKillous, he can pull this off. Nice lift. A very nice lift. Oh my god, Novas are connecting though. Mortals, they take a lot of shots to the face. But the Phoenixes, they do their job. They focus on as much as they can. And SKillous, he shuts down the army. He shuts it down completely. The carriers, they have arrived. Whew. Lifts up the disruptors. And it was all or nothing for herO. GG gets called. And SKillous, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, I was losing faith in SKillous as we got up to 12 disruptors before the sky toss, but the carriers, they arrived just in time. SKillous, he bought enough time, more importantly, with those zealot run-bys. Those were kind of the MVPs of that game. I mean, SKillous, he was ahead initially, but herO, he recovered. But the zealot run-bys, they just kept going across the map. They kept distracting herO. They forced recalls. They forced him back home, and they bought time for those carriers. Bought time for the carriers, and once they arrived, herO had no answer. Remember, he had no Blink Stalkers. He had some Archons, that is true, but that was all his anti-air. He was being cleaned up. He was being shut down, and with that, SKillous takes a lead. Oh my god. Here we go. And with that, we are now getting into game number 2. Here we go. So get into game 2. Look one-sided until the carrier Phoenix hit. Yeah, I mean, again, for good reason. I mean, it was a terrifying disruptor army, but it also had some longevity. As we saw, it had a lifespan, I should say, a time limit, and eventually time ran out. Eventually, carriers did hit, and SKillous did overwhelm. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Protoss player. We have, for Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0, it is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from South Korea down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this and tie things up. It is herO. Oh, thank you, Nikita. Thank you. Buddy. Nikita, not to be confused with Nikita, I believe. There's a lot of Nikitas in StarCraft. I believe Nikic is also a Nikita. And kind of Nikaract, kind of. Close enough. Regardless, thank you. Thank you so much for supporting, for subscribing, for half a year, for 6 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Gracias. As from here, we do have our 2-gate openers. We have our 2-gate opener here by herO, likewise 2-gate opener from SKillous. So far, mirrored builds. Once again, SKillous, he does hide his probe. As a reminder, in game 1, SKillous did go for a proxy. He did go proxy Stargate into Oracle, and this is looking like a similar setup here. Pylon gets thrown down, and we're not really close by ground. We're quite far off to the distance, quite far off on the right-hand side, so if we do go for a proxy, it does feel like a Stargate, but we'll keep an eye on SKillous. As the probe scout does confirm the pylon is missing. So here, he knows that the pylon should be in the main, is not. The pylon is somewhere else, and oh, he's committed. Never mind. I assumed it was going to be a Stargate. I assumed it was too far away, and it is far away. I'll stand by that. But despite that, proxy robo. Let's go. Now, there is a give and take here with this location. On the one hand, because it's further away, it does mean it's less likely to be scouted. True. Like herO, he knows the pylon is missing, he knows that it's nowhere to be found, he knows that something is wrong, and herO should be looking. He should soon be scouting for that proxy, and it's going to be difficult to scout this specific location. The downside, though, of it being further away, of it being more difficult to scout, is that it means that reinforcements take a little bit longer. It means that the all-in is going to be a little bit weaker here because of the time it takes for reinforcements to get across the map, as we are amassing those immortals. So there are pros to this, there are cons to this as well. For now, herO, he is going for a 2-gate opener into an expansion before the robo. Very greedy build here by herO. Very risky play. Considering that herO knows that the pylon is missing, like this is a risk. And the probe scout is going to be denied. Oof. For all herO knows, there could be an expansion, there could be a nexus, or there could not be. Death goes down. herO is being somewhat active. Prisoners on the way for SKillous. herO, he breaks out. Does break out. Immortal has right now. He knows. Yeah, now he knows. He's getting caught with his pants down, getting caught out in the open. Nice force field, does delay. Falls back to the shield battery. Ooh, takes down a stalker. Nice control by herO. Raise 1-1. Sentry for stalker. And shields get triggered. And we have more shield batteries on the way. herO, he responds with his own robo. His own setup. Prism has arrived. I mean, true in a way, gateway reinforcements, they're now warping in on the front lines. Still delayed immortal production though, or delayed reinforcing immortals, I should say. Skills moving in. Force fields try to lock him down. Oh god! Does save the stalkers. Does save them. Whew. Does pull away. Again, herO, he's buying time for immortals, for his own defensive immortals. He's almost there. He's almost there. Just now getting a third shield battery. Second pylon. Decent force fields, looking down the adepts. Looking down the sentries. SKillous does claim a sentry. He gets one. Gets a stalker as well. Nice pickup. Nice pickup, but there we go. herO, he's done it. He bought enough time. The immortal has arrived. But is it going to be enough? Now we have 2 immortals for SKillous. Second immortal rocks up. Nice control out of SKillous. Does pull away. Does barely save the stalkers. But SKillous, he doesn't commit. And now we have we have a prism, I should say. Prism has arrived. herO, he now has micro potential. He can juggle back. SKillous, he does catch out those sentries. He's got 3 immortals. Boys are being pulled. And can he focus down that immortal? It's going to be close. The workers are falling. herO being forced from the back. SKillous, he might just have too much. He might have just broken herO. The shield batteries are falling one after the other. herO trying to hold his own. Up to a second immortal, but the base, it falls. Massive pickoff. Nexus goes down. And what's important here is that herO, he threw away a lot of supply trying to save that base, and he didn't. Did not save the expansion. Didn't hold on. SKillous pushing his way up the ramp. Breaking down that door. Hopping over even. Does hop over the wall. Knocks down the gateway. Shield battery still in production. They're not ready. And that's not Joseph's pylon. Yeah, the pylon does fall. Depowers everything. And with that SKillous, he's done it. He has done it with supply blocks. herO, he can't warp in. He's supply blocks. What you see is what you get. 3 immortals, 2 stalkers. Shield battery is repowered. Shout out to that prism. But it may not matter. As herO is down to 2 immortals. Down to 2. The boys are being pulled. Not too much anti-air. The prism, it holds its own. Here comes another warp in. Prism goes down. Oh my god. And now that's it. That's all we had left. GG gets called. SKillous, he overwhelms. And SKillous takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SKillous, very nice control. Time and time again, SKillous was just so attentive to his army, saving those stalkers, saving the sentries, saving the immortals, microing back with that war prism. Very nicely done. Likewise, he was able to barely make full use of that higher immortal lead. He was up in immortal the entire game, essentially. He was up by 1, and with that, he was able to just flex that, able to force back the army. The shield batteries, they just weren't quite enough. And we saw that herO, his response after losing the natural was very late. He had very late shield batteries on the high ground, so he was broken, he was supply blocked. GG. GG, well played. SKillous, he is 1 game away from advancing on to the next round and eliminating herO from the tournament. Oh boy. Is so close. And now we're getting into our next game. Getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our red Protoss player. Our red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0, and 1 game away from knocking herO out of OSC. For Team Liquid, it is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, down in the series. The pressure is on the SFI back here and now to have a chance at advancing on. It is herO. We go. Watched Jimmy beat Cure earlier. That was impressive. Yeah, I was messaging Jimmy earlier. He was playing in the TLMC qualifiers, and Jimmy, for those that have been following the online tournament circuit and the online tournament scene, Jimmy has been getting some really good results. We casted him beat Shin last week. He beat Solar. He went toe-to-toe with Dark. He beat Laser. Like, I would say that Jimmy, I think his best matchup is PVZ. He's been beating some of the best Zurich players in the world. But he had a really good performance last night against Cure, as he was unable to play in our tournaments as he was playing in TLMC instead. But did well. Did well for himself. Likewise, SKillous has also been popping off. If you've been watching SKillous recently, you would know that I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, SKillous, he beat MaxPax. He beat MaxPax in an open cup. Likewise, SKillous, he's been popping off against ByuN. I mean, hey, he just took down ByuN in this tournament. True. So really impressive play there. SKillous defeating ByuN, defeating MaxPax. He's been going toe-to-toe with herO as well. SKillous, he also defeated Solar to qualify for, I think it was Little League Cup. SKillous has been getting some very, very good results. I think we spoke about this last week, but basically I would say that SKillous, for a very long time, he was top 3 Protoss in Europe, and there was like a clear distinction between SKillous, Showtime, and MaxPax. But nowadays, I would say that SKillous, he's blurring those lines. Like, he's closing the gap, and the difference between himself and the other 2 top Protosses and MaxPax and Showtime is much smaller now. There's a smaller skill difference. It is far closer, and they do often trade more often. So it's been great to see the improvement and the growth of SKillous over the past year, as now he is more often and more frequently going toe-to-toe with the other best Protosses in Europe, with their performances even as well. So it has been great to see. So now, this time for the first time, standard openers. Every game in this series, SKillous, he has been going for a proxy. Game 1, proxy Stargate. Game 2, proxy Robo. Here in Game 3, gate expand, or 2-gate opener into a Nexus. So more of an economic start out of SKillous. Likewise, herO also going for his own natural, a little bit faster. herO did go for a gate cyber expand. So more greedy play by herO this time, and he will get away with it. So herO does have a slight economic edge. Meanwhile, SKillous will have faster blink, and we'll see if we can make use of it. So faster blink out of SKillous. herO going for a Stargate opener into Oracle to harass. Hallucination will confirm, so big scout here for SKillous. He gets eyes on the Stargate, and now he knows to get ready back at home. He's aware that an Oracle is on the way. Likewise, he's aware of these Stalkers. It's on SKillous to split up his army. Oh, the shield battery is late. Late shield battery at the natural. So here he can find some damage. Pokes in. Oracle deflected in the main. Oracle is deflected. Here he pulls back, now reinforcing with a second Oracle. Again, 2 Oracles, they one-shot probes. So even though there are swords in position, the hero can still find some damage. They still look to pull SKillous apart. His Oracles, they head towards the natural. SKillous, he pulls back, he will lose 2 probes, 3 probes even. 3 workers going down. Ooh, did I say 3 getting up to 6, 7, 8? Oh my god! 8 probe kills, very nice. Very nice damage from herO. He does pull SKillous apart. Very impressive. And with that, SKillous, the pressure is on. He now falls behind economically. He was already behind considering the opener of herO. herO rushing into a third, and SKillous needs to do something about that third base. Going for his own. Going for his own expansion. So he can poke in, but SKillous doesn't really have the momentum to do much about this. And hero's ready. Here is in position. Has the stasis. Has the shield battery. SKillous pokes in. Oh no! Oh my god. Stasis does connect. Catches the sentry. SKillous pulling away. SKillous, he does pull back. And from here, he enjoys a greater economy. Remember, he has a faster natural, faster third base, did economic damage. herO, he still maintains his lead. He's in a good position, which he's been needing this entire series. Has needed it. Even in game 1, if you remember, SKillous did take an economic advantage as well with the gold base. herO now flexing his larger army, does move out. Looking for a way across the map. Does come across SKillous. Catching out a couple of stalkers, he gets 2. 2 stalkers go down. And herO takes a 4th. Like, he's not stopping. Just faster natural, faster third, faster fourth base. herO just in control of this game. Now, the downside for herO here is that SKillous has the upgrade lead. Sure, he has +1. SKillous also getting into charge. But herO still makes up for that with a larger stalker count. Trading with SKillous. Pulling back. Does pull away. A stalker. Nice trades. With the revelation of the observer goes down. Observer gets caught. Once again, nice pick off out of herO. Rotating over, still throwing down more gateways. Now, what I'm most surprised by here, talking about the setups themselves, is that herO, he has been mass expanding. herO has no charge. Oh, and it's not intentional, is it? He just warped in zealots. These are going to be slow lots, so herO, he has forgotten charge. I was about to bring that up as a peculiar thing, and I thought he was just going Mass Blink Stalker, but no, he hasn't taken his gases. And that could be a problem. That can become a problem for herO. Hopefully he notices soon, as he has the money for it. And he's warping in more slow lots. And more slow lots are warping in. Doesn't notice yet. Uh-oh. As SKillous taking his own 4th. Getting his own 4th base. SKillous moving in, +2 is done. Has that upgraded advantage. Does he notice? Does he notice the slow lots? Yeah, he does. There it is. Charge it just now began. herO. He just noticed very late charge. SKillous, he blinks in. Base out the stasis. Going for the 5th, and he should get it. Yeah, the 5th base is going to go down. herO's going to try to engage, but without any charge lots, he can't close this gap. Yeah, he cannot close it. Base under fire. Baits out more stasis traps. And SKillous is overwhelming herO. He supply blocks. Not like this. Not like this. As it's a brutal +2 timing. Brutal timing +2. Base goes down. SKillous forcing the issue. Here come the slow lots. Let's go. Slow lots, they try to tank some shots. They're doing well at that. Forcing SKillous back. Not bad. Immortal has arrived. Better CranKy for herO. But yeah, he meets the zealots, the slow lots, he raises with charge lots. And SKillous is overwhelming. He's overwhelming the army. He shuts down the Immortal, shuts down the Stalkers. Charge will never, it's not going to finish. As SKillous, he has broken herO. Now getting into the 4th. Heals off those zealots. Gets into the mineral line. And herO just cannot trade against this. He cannot fight head on. Not like this. Another Immortal goes down. Finally, charge about to finish up for herO, but it's too little too late. Feel slow a lot, man. There we go. Does finish just in time for SKillous to go for the kill. For SKillous to dive on forward. Boys are being pulled. And I was here for a back and forth. I was ready for a game 4, for a game 5, especially this game. Let's be real here. Here he was ahead. He had a faster economy, better economy, stronger setup. But alas, he just wasn't ready for the move out, wasn't ready for the fight. Charge did slip his mind. He also got supply blocked. And with that, SKillous, he's done it. He has done it. He overwhelms. GG gets caught, and SKillous, he will take the series 3-0, eliminating herO from the tournament. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very impressive performance here out of SKillous to claim the series. Both game 1 and game 2, we had some really strong performances out of SKillous to be able to take a lead, to be able to overwhelm herO. Game number 1, of course, was very intense on Neon Violet Square. For those who missed out on it, game 1 was herO basically going for a 2-base all-in. He went for a 2-base all-in. The all-in failed. Then herO recovered by going into Mass Disruptor. But SKillous, he took note of it, and he was able to get away with Sky Toss. Did overwhelm from there. Likewise, coming into Frostline, SKillous, he was able to go and commit and pull off a 1-base all-in. He went for a 1-base all-in, did overwhelm herO. And coming into game 3, again, things are looking good for herO. He had a better start. He had a better economy, faster natural, faster third, faster fourth base. He got away with all of that, and he should have gotten away with a larger army as well, but he didn't. The reasoning for that, he was setting up with a low gas count to reinforce with Mass Zealot. He was trying to reinforce with Mass Zealot, but he forgot charge. He forgot charge, he forgot Zealot legs, and with that, herO instead was overwhelmed. This was his game to lose, and SKillous took it. SKillous did take it. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. And with that, we have some updates. We have some updates here in the bracket. Let's catch up on what the hell's been going on. Un momento. Let us catch up. As that does lead us here into our next series. Again, really good performances out of SKillous. What did SKillous achieve here tonight? SKillous, he took down ByuN 3-2. That was a big win already for SKillous. And likewise, he just 3-0'd herO as well. So big results here, big wins for SKillous to take down ByuN and to take down herO. And you can see those results here for you here and now. There we go. Again, herO, he took down Dark previously, took down Dark 3-0 to advance on to the next round. And I'll be honest, I was expecting a MaxPax versus herO rematch. What do I mean by that? Well, quickly going to the upper portion of the brackets. Again, it has been a long event. But if we go up here to the upper portion of the bracket, you can see here, MaxPax and herO, they went to the ace match. And honestly, that could have gone herO's way. It was very close. It was very close between herO and MaxPax. They went all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 5. MaxPax, he barely won that series. And then that led into MaxPax going on a tear. Did fall to Clem in the upper bracket finals. But again, I was getting ready for a rematch. I was getting ready for herO versus MaxPax, but SKillous, he denies that. And instead, SKillous, he makes it into the top 3, where he faces off against MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. So it is going to be, oh, there we go. So we are just going to be repositioning our brackets, but there we go. We have up next two series remain here. It's going to be the lower bracket finals, MaxPax versus SKillous, and the winner goes up against Clem in the grand finals. Oh boy. Oh boy, it does not get easier from here, but again, some strong results here from SKillous, from Nikita. And we'll see if he can even get his rematch. For those that were here over the weekend, I believe SKillous did go up against Clem in the Wardy TV February event. We'll see if they face again, as we're getting ready here for those lower bracket finals. Now, as we have reached the halfway mark, we just wrapped up with 3 series, and it's gonna be a long broadcast. We're 3 hours in. We have 2 series left. We're gonna be going on a break. We're gonna be going on a break here. We're gonna be taking a moment to breathe. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we will soon be back with MaxPax versus SKillous. Let's go. We'll be back after the break with some more PvP action to determine who plays against Clem. Beating ByuN and herO one after the other is insane. 100%, 100%. Really strong results here from SKillous. We'll see if we can keep this up. We'll see if we can keep this going. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes here for MaxPax and SKillous. See you soon. Oh, see you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the OSC Season 12 Championship. Welcome back to the final day here. Welcome to the lower bracket finals. We just wrapped up with 3 insane best of 5s featuring Dark, herO, ByuN, and SKillous, but now we have reached our top 3. 3 players remain. Clem is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series of MaxPax and SKillous. Again, SKillous has been on a tear. He took down ByuN and herO to make it this far, but MaxPax does stand ahead of him. And even though we have casted SKillous defeat MaxPax before, even not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, despite that, MaxPax is still favored. MaxPax, he's still favored. Sure, he has dropped some maps, he has dropped some series against SKillous, but it is still not a likely event to occur. This is still going to be a titan to bring down, and it's not going to be an easy one for SKillous. Here we go. Here we go. We'll see if he can bring him down, or if the favored player will advance on instead, as game 1 is going to be on ultraLove. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into, once again, our best of 5. Again, all these matches are best of 5s. The grand finals, I believe, is going to be a best of 7. But until then, we are jumping into our first game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ultraLove, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And these two are some of the best Protoss players in the world, and both players are going to be opening up with a gate expand. Now, welcome to ultraLove. Welcome on all. ultraLove is one of these maps, one of the few maps in the map pool that has a ramp leading into the natural. Because of this ramp, it means it is viable to go for a gate set up here on the low ground, gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, into Nexus. So we have an economic start here from MaxPax. Likewise, same build out of SKillous. Now, what I will say here is that if both players mirror each other, if both players do go for the Stargate before the Nexus, then we should enter Phoenix Wars. Now, MaxPax, he's delaying his second gas. With that delayed second gas geyser, it looks like MaxPax may want to go for a faster expansion and a faster Nexus. That is going to be an option available here to MaxPax. But for now, SKillous, he is on patrol. And the goal here is to delay the expansion, and if SKillous is successful here, I mean, MaxPax should be doing the same. They should both force out a Stargate. As Cybercores are on the way, we do have our Zealot here from SKillous. The purpose of the Zealot is to focus on the pylon, is to be able to expand. Likewise, Zealot is also on the way for MaxPax as well. So mirrored build so far. It looks like we are leaning into Phoenix Wars. We're not there yet, but so far, that's the trajectory we're headed in. Is that trajectory? SKillous, he will soon have the resources here for the Stargate. Cybercore is done. And there it is. Stargate gets placed. Stargate for SKillous, Stargate for MaxPax. Welcome. Welcome one and all to Phoenix Wars. And again, this is kind of the direction we were headed in once we saw the opener. This is very common when it comes to these ramp expansions. So very common here on maps like ultraLove. And this can be a very difficult style to play as both players take their natural bases. So again, the reason why I say this is Phoenix Wars is because both players scout each other. Both players know that there is a Stargate, so you would never make an Oracle, because if you did, if you make an Oracle, if your opponent makes a Phoenix, then your Oracle will just die and you just gain 0 value. So you have to make Phoenixes and you cannot stop. You're locked in. I say you can't stop. It is possible to transition out of this. It is difficult though. If your opponent is passive, as Phoenixes have begun, but if your opponent is passive, then you can cut Phoenixes at like 4. You can get up to like 4 Phoenixes and then throw down a Twilight Council and try to transition to Blink. And if your opponent doesn't push in, then you can get away with a Blink transition. But it is very difficult and you're relying on your opponent being passive. Otherwise, you're locked in. Adept does shade into the main. Ooh, 1 probe goes down. Nice pick up. The Zealot is popping off. Getting 1. Getting... Oh, not quite 2. Whew. Nice control there by SKillous. I say that this is getting out of hand. Getting up to getting 3 probe kills already. 3 workers go down. That is a big deal here. That is a big win for MaxPax. Doesn't look like a lot, but in a mirror matchup, 3 workers is everything. So better start for MaxPax. SKillous moving out, and MaxPax going for a much faster second Stargate to overwhelm and to gain a Phoenix lead. SKillous, he's playing with fire right now. He has to get the hell out of here. Uh-oh. He might be cornered. Once he turns, yeah, he's gonna have to fight. And he's gonna have to fight, gonna have to engage. First Phoenix goes down. Big win here for MaxPax. And things are looking dire for SKillous. Yeah, they're very dire here. He's gonna be locked down. They're gonna be cornered. He will lose everything. It's gonna be a quote-unquote even trade, but MaxPax, he does take a 1 Phoenix lead. He's up 1 Phoenix. And he will stay up a Phoenix. Yeah, so better trades here for MaxPax. Adept Zealot does break through that front door. Going for the mineral line. Getting some probes. Getting 1, getting 2. Getting up to 3. Oh, barely not. But what's important is the Phoenix advantage. And again, we're making 2 Phoenixes at a time. SKillous back at home goes for his own second Stargate. But looking at the units tab here, again, he is down a Phoenix. So last, he is still missing that Phoenix. He needs more gas. Did need more gas income. And MaxPax is ahead. He's up in workers, he's up in economy, he's up in Phoenixes. Now, it is not impossible to bounce back. There is a chance, especially if MaxPax is active with these Phoenixes, where SKillous can try to bypass the army of MaxPax, catch a reinforcing Phoenix, and then catch up. So there is a chance. But he can't fight head-on. Good. Cannot fight head-on. Both players pylon block. And MaxPax, he blocks both expansions. SKillous pulls away. SKillous, he only blocks the bases on the right-hand side, not on the left. So MaxPax, he can expand. And get the expansion. MaxPax has 8 Phoenixes to the 7 of SKillous. Fleet Beacons on the way. That's going to be for Phoenix range and the Impulse Crystals. And what that ensures is that MaxPax will get the first shot. I say that SKillous not too far behind with his own Fleet Beacon. There's that pylon block. MaxPax attempting to expand. It's going to be delayed. So is SKillous. Again, the reason why these pylons are brutal is because you don't really have anything that shoots down. Phoenixes, they can't destroy buildings. So you have to make a Zealot. It takes a long time for that one Zealot to take down all these pylons. As again, you don't want to make like a Stalker. You don't want to make a ground unit that's too expensive because that eats into your Phoenixes. You don't really have the gas for it, so you have to make a Zealot. Speaking of, Zealot goes down. And the pylon stands strong. So neither player can expand. Not yet. Again, this is also a dynamic of Phoenix Wars. This is also why these pylon blocks are so crucial. Because they are so annoying to deal with. But there we go, MaxPax deals with the pylon. Finally, MaxPax can expand. SKillous will soon be able to as well. Meanwhile, Phoenix range is now done here for MaxPax. It's going to finish up in a couple of seconds for SKillous. MaxPax is up 2 Phoenixes. SKillous, here we go. He does catch a reinforcing Phoenix. Very nice. We spoke about this. He does get 1. Oh, ooh, he flees out 1 though. Ah. So not as worth it for SKillous. Trading 1 for 1. Oh, tries to stack. Does attempt to. They do trade. Still better for MaxPax. Still ahead by 1. Third Stargate's on the way. Now that the Fleet Beacon is done, we should be going for a Mothership. A Mothership is another big power spike here for both players. What the Mothership entails here is a cloak timing. As you can imagine, there's no Robo. There's 0 detection. There's no Oracle out. You can't make an Oracle. If you make an Oracle, you're down another Phoenix. So Mothership timings are a big part of Phoenix Wars. We'll see who makes the Mothership first, as there it is. Speaking of, Mothership for MaxPax. So again, this cloak timing can be brutal. Basically, SKillous, he needs to scout this ahead of time, and if he's able to see this coming, then he can chrono out one Oracle, and he needs that Oracle for the revelation. Otherwise, the Mothership is just going to bully SKillous. So again, there are these certain power spikes in Phoenix Wars. The first one is the second Stargate, then Anion Pulse Crystals, then the Mothership, and then Carriers. Carriers is kind of like the next final step after the Mothership. Meanwhile, MaxPax does take a fourth. Skill still on 3 bases. Phoenix count still in favor of MaxPax, 21-19. And SKillous, he never went for his own Mothership. Oh, never went for his own. So he has like no counter cloak play. Here we go. We're getting ready. Mothership is soon to arrive. Do Tulsa ever throw down random forward shield batteries? They do. They do. Like, shield batteries can be a factor early on, but at this stage of the game, because there's so many pieces, the shield batteries do nothing. Like, they don't heal in time. Meanwhile, would you go for the mineral line? And here comes the cloak. Mothership a little bit too far behind, but despite that, still a better trade for MaxPax. Does still outtrade regardless. But it was a bit of a wasted cloak, I will say that. As SKillous was able to stay out of range. Cloak is about to run out. Still better fights than MaxPax anyway. Again, he's just going to overwhelm. We have the Guardian Shield. Let's go. The supporting sentry. The Guardian Shield. So just an even better trade here for MaxPax. He takes a massive lead. And SKillous, he has nothing left. GG gets called. Rough fight there for SKillous. He gets caught out in the open. And MaxPax will take a 1-0 lead. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax, he was ahead from the beginning. If you remember, MaxPax, he did have a faster second Stargate. Likewise, was able to get some early probe damage. And from almost the beginning of the game, MaxPax, he was up by 1 Phoenix. And that is a big, big advantage here for MaxPax to be up by 1. He also caught a Phoenix early on, if you remember, which is what led to that. From there, he was able to, of course, have that Mothership timing as well, which unfortunately SKillous wasn't able to get. And likewise, MaxPax also on 4 bases faster as well. So a very solid setup there for MaxPax. Does take a lead, and now that leads us into game number 2, ley lines. But yes, there are random shield batteries that can come into play, but that's only like in the early to mid game. As the game progresses, they're less effective just because the burst damage of the Phoenixes, it just out damages the healing potential of shield batteries. So over time, they're a little bit less impactful. But here we go, we're getting to our next game. Cannons can be more impactful in a late game scenario because cannons, they do like free damage basically. So you can have defensive cannons that can be influential if you end up in a split map scenario. But until then, we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we have the blue Protoss for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Go. As welcome to ley lines. Ley lines does not have a ramp coming into the natural, so we should not see Phoenix Wars. We should not be seeing that low ground setup. We shouldn't be seeing Stargate versus Stargate. We should not be seeing Phoenix Wars. I say shouldn't. It's still possible. It is still possible that we end up in that kind of scenario if SKillous opens Stargate, but that shouldn't happen. MaxPax should open Stargate. As MaxPax, he's going for the same build, but on the high ground. So Gateway into Cybercore, into Stargate, then into a Nexus. Meanwhile, SKillous opens up 2 Gate, which means SKillous has the option to go for a 1-base all-in. Does have the option. Second pylon gets thrown down. So far, no proxy. No proxy out of SKillous. From here, double Stalker opener out of SKillous. Meanwhile, there's a Stargate we mentioned from MaxPax. Just a really safe way to play. Basically, this Stargate opener is for Oracles, so you can see it's rallied across the map. And if SKillous does go for an all-in, if MaxPax recognizes that an all-in is happening, then you can make Void Rays defensively. And Void Rays are ideal defensively early on. They don't really scale well into a longer game, but at least when it comes to defensive play against all-ins, like, they have their place. As MaxPax does expand. And my eyes are on SKillous here. What's going on? Going double Stalker into Stalker Sentry. The probe does back up. Pivots back around. And do we hide any tech? What's the plan? SKillous is being very intentional with this worker. Okay, just coming in for a scout. Just coming in for a scout. SKillous, he will throw down his own Nexus. It is a delayed expansion out of SKillous. Ooh. And he does throw down a pylon. Does throw down the pylon. SKillous does have an army lead, at least initially. He is moving out. And the Oracle has arrived. And again, it's going to be on that Oracle to get some economic damage. Adept does shade across the map, but the last SKillous, he's on top of this. He does wall off. Oracle gets spotted. And SKillous is trying to push in. Does have that sentry, does have a force field. And he can force field the ramp. He can look down the army. Oh, it's going to be zoned back though. It's going to be zoned away. Likewise, that for Zell taking a lot of hits. Shield battery's out of energy. Going for the probes. The Oracle does dive in. So far, there's a force field going on top of the shield battery. Oracle into the main stage is going up. Oh no! Late reaction! No reaction. Oh my god. Late reaction out of SKillous, so we do catch half the mineral line. But at the same time, SKillous, he knocks down that pylon, or the shield battery at least. Takes down the Adept. Is gaining ground. A Void Rays on the way for Max. Actually spoke about this. If SKillous is overly aggressive, then Void Rays will defend. But Max actually needs more time. We'll lose the second shield battery, another force field. Locking down the probes. Void Rays revealed. SKillous, he does get the pylon. Not bad. Takes down the pylon, pulls away. Link is in production for MaxPax. And the work count is still very close, very even. Oh. Oracle gets shut down. Void Ray dives in the army, gets one, gets two Stalkers. MaxPax, he can shut this down. More reinforcements, slow Warbands are coming in. But the Warbands are slow. And MaxPax is holding. There's no shield battery though. Oh. Shield battery wasn't replaced. MaxPax warping in one Stalker at a time, going for an Oracle follow-up. SKillous, he's regaining control of the low ground. Remember, SKillous, he can warp in 2 units at a time. MaxPax cannot. Again, just dancing with the army, getting it low. Stalker goes down, massive pickup. Trades 1 for 1. And the shield battery now completes. Oof. Yeah, and with that shield battery, MaxPax, he holds. He does hold on, forcing back SKillous. SKillous still trying to reinforce. The Oracle dives on top of those Stalkers. And we'll take down both of them. Oh, gonna be zoned away. SKillous barely does pull out. But alas, we'll lose the pylon. Was very committed, wasn't quite worth it in the end. Does retreat. Now, my biggest concern here is that this entire time, MaxPax, he was building up towards Blink, and Blink is done. Blink is now done for MaxPax. Blink just halfway done here for SKillous. So MaxPax, he can be active, and he's pushing. He is moving out. Both players are expanding. SKillous has the high ground. Not quite. Please add a Stalker. It's just stretching. And MaxPax is going to try to break SKillous here before Blink. Blink is done in 10 seconds. But even despite that, MaxPax still has that Stalker lead. Yeah, 12 to 10. MaxPax moving in. Diving on the army. Trying to break through, barely not able to. Likewise, Oracle into the main. Oh. SKillous is keeping up. Keeps up with the Oracle. Likewise, keeping up with MaxPax. Shield battery still not yet done though. It's still a tough hold for SKillous. As he's down 2 Stalkers. Base is under fire. SKillous, he cannot afford to lose that. He can't lose the third. He might have to pull the boys. It's getting desperate here. Shield battery just now finishing up. Is going to help better CranKy for MaxPax. He's overwhelming. He's overwhelming the army. MaxPax, he's so close to breaking that third. SKillous, he's barely holding on. 12 against 14. Another sector in the shade. They can and they will. They shade in. Probes are falling. They can one-shots. We're going for the base as well. It's going to go down. Massive pickup. Third base falls. 2 dead workers. And MaxPax, he retreats. He's content. GG gets called. It's too much to come back from. And MaxPax, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG. MaxPax punishing the aggression of SKillous. As a reminder, SKillous, he went for a later expansion with a faster second gateway, went for a proxy pylon across the map, and SKillous was doing his best here to try to break that natural, and it was doing okay. Remember, SKillous, he was denying mining time, he killed the shield battery, killed the pylon, but eventually MaxPax broke out. And because he broke out, he was able to take advantage of his blink timing, of the earlier blink, of the superior economy. And with that, MaxPax is snowball out of control. SKillous, he tried to stabilize with a third base, but as we saw, he could not maintain that third. Barely could not. MaxPax did punish the aggression of SKillous, and with that, GG. MaxPax now has a 2-0 lead, and the pressure is now on SKillous. And I'll be honest, I feel like we haven't really seen what SKillous is made of here. Game 1, Phoenix Wars. Game 2, early aggression failed for SKillous. Game 3, can we embrace the mid-game? Can we get there in a more kind of fair or even setting? Or do we try to mix it up again? We're about to find out. Game 3 is on El Dorado. Let's go. Yeah, loading into El Dorado. And the pressure is on. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in the series 0-2, he has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is SKillous. Pressure is on. And welcome to El Dorado. Similar to Ultra Love, what do we have here? We have a ramp coming into the natural. So once again, this feels like the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Does feel like the beginning of Phoenix Wars here. What I'm referring to, oh, actually, Nexus first? Oh wait, he's crazy. SKillous, calm down. Okay, I mean, that's a way to kind of break the mold. True. As he goes straight up Nexus first, no gas, no gateway, no cybercore, no nothing. Straight up Nexus first here out of SKillous. Very greedy by our blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for his own standard opener, which should be gate into cybercore into expansion. But because of the scout, MaxPax is going for the Nexus as well. Okay, so what's important about what's happening here? One, SKillous is more greedy. SKillous will have the slightly better economy. MaxPax, his response is to play catch up. His response is, okay, you're being greedy. I'm not going to punish you. I'm going to try to catch up instead. So no all in. SKillous is safe. And we're going to be getting into a more back and forth mid game. Also, because of that earlier Nexus, most likely we shouldn't really be going into Stargate play. MaxPax most likely will, but SKillous doesn't need to. SKillous, he might deviate and go into Twilight Council instead. But now SKillous fully walling off, throwing down extra gateways. Cybercore is done, there's that Stargate. Again, we expect a Stargate out of MaxPax, this makes sense. From the side of SKillous, he has options. Does have options. There's also going to be more pressure and more onus on MaxPax to go for an Oracle. Sorry, to get economic damage done with the Oracle. Because SKillous is ahead. Well, I should say, SKillous does have a better economy. So MaxPax needs to do something about that. The Oracle will help. We are making workers. Making probes. Oracle's on the way. The Oracle has a lot of work to do. Right now, SKillous is up 4 probes, or 3.5. Building up. We have a tech of choice, so it's going to be an Oracle opener into Twilight Council into Blink. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he has yet to, SKillous, he has yet to throw down any tech. This feels like, I was going to say Robo follow-up, but no, it's going to be a Twilight Council. So much later Twilight Council out of SKillous into later Blink. But we'll see if he can maintain that greater economy. Can he pull this off? Oracle gets spotted. Shield battery is ready. We go for the stasis into the main. SKillous, he does pull away in time. Does pull away. Second stasis gets thrown down. We'll catch some of the gas mining workers. 3 in total. Not bad. Does nice some gas. MaxPax going for a proxy. Uh-oh. He's going for 4-gate blink. He's going for 4-gate blink stalker. 3 gates on the way. 1 already done. Hyper aggression out of MaxPax. He wants to go for the kill. Wants to go for the kill, and SKillous, he doesn't. Oh, he does see the pylon. Okay. Big scout. SKillous, he saw the pylon. That is a tell that something is wrong. I mean, he might believe it's just a spotter pylon. I'm here. SKillous looking to expand, taking a third. Oh, breaks out. Does break out. MaxPax is taking his own third base, but the gateways are finishing. And SKillous, he will scout, he will force a cancel. Very nice pick up. Denies the proxy gate. Okay. Denies the proxy, denies the 4-gate blink. And from here, SKillous can expand. We're even supply blocking MaxPax. Does get supply blocked. Likewise, MaxPax still going to be throwing down those proxy or reinforcing pylons. SKillous trying to keep up. So far, so good. SKillous now getting to his own 4th gateway and Forger +1. Does bait out the stasis, not bad. Blinks forward. Uh-oh. Takes another to the face. Massive connection. And MaxPax, he can rotate. There's not much less to defend. And that much less to hold on. MaxPax, he overwhelms. Takes down the stalkers. Gets 1. Gets the sentry. Nice pickups. Here, SKillous breaking out. Does try to break out, does try to push across the map. SKillous does have a stalker lead. Shield battery's not ready. SKillous, can he force each at the same time? Oracle into the natural. Getting 5 probe kills. 5 workers going down. SKillous trying to make use of that greater stalker count. Rotates towards the main. Ah, but MaxPax is buying time. And the shield batteries are now done. With that MaxPax solid blink, oh my god. Saves all the stalkers. No major losses. So far, better trades from MaxPax. Dives into the mineral line, gets a probe, gets 2. And as the dust settles, MaxPax has a slight economic lead. Comparable army counts. Very close. What we do see, though, MaxPax is getting a 4th base towards the top right corner of the map. SKillous is going for the gold. And there's potential. With that gold base, he will have an abundance of minerals. He can reinforce with more gateways, more zealots. We'll see if SKillous gets away with the gold. We'll see if he does get away with it. MaxPax moving in. Respecting SKillous. Does pull away. MaxPax getting ready for a run by. I believe he has yet to confirm. Yeah, he has not scouted the 4th. Doesn't know if it's been taken at the more standard gold, the center gold. Doesn't know. What's important about this center gold base is that there are gases. Gases are available, which is more than I can say for the other gold. More standard base. My skills forcing MaxPax back. We're just trading with the stalkers. Both players getting into +2. Charge is done for both as well. Nice bait with that blink. Might be 2 trades. Also coming from behind. Oh my god! Yeah, MaxPax with the flank. He does take the fight. Oh, SKillous caught off guard there. And he's losing a lot. Losing far too much. More zealots coming in. SKillous pinned down. He has to blink over the wall. And again, these are better trades for MaxPax. Takes a massive lead. I mean, both players were looking quite comparable with each other, but that charge timing was brutal. Meanwhile, SKillous has been making workers, trying to saturate that gold. Alas, it is going to be denied. At least MaxPax is going for it. And peels away more zealots. Going for the expansion. Skills getting pulled apart. Cybercore under fire. Cybercore is going to be sniped. No more stalkers. At the same time, Zealots collapse on top of the stalkers as well towards the south side. So we'll be more zealots. Zealots are on the way. Stalkers, they check for the gold. No expansion. Again, as while SKillous is being busy, he is about to be overrun. He's holding on for now, though. I mean, the cannon putting in a lot of work. Nice SimCity. SKillous, he's holding. He's holding on. Chasing down MaxPax. +2 is done in 10 seconds. Oh. Prism goes down. Brutal snipe. But SKillous, hey, he defends the gold. Does defend, does hold on to it. SKillous can now enjoy a boosted economy. Still has the higher stalker count and zealot count. Army in favor of SKillous. MaxPax, he can reinforce behind the army though. Can do it again. SKillous speaking forward. Going for the 4th. Shield battery is coming into play. Yeah, it supports MaxPax quite a bit. That's a kill, not a cancel. Base goes down at the same time. DTs, they get across the map. Zealot even. They force defensive warpins. They force him back home. MaxPax rotating in. Oh, does snipe that Prism. Prism goes down. Zealots once again coming from behind. SKillous with the move command. Throws his Zealots away. We once again see better fights for MaxPax. Chasing SKillous down. Likewise, we do flank with more zealots, warping in front of the army. The power of the proxy, the gateway. SKillous, he does have the high ground though. He's up to 43 stalkers. He has so many stalkers. Just pure stalker essentially. Carnivore MaxPax, he's trying to. He's attempting to overwhelm. Again, both players still very tense. Now, what's been sustaining SKillous this entire time is the gold, right? The gold base has allowed him to sustain himself. Speaking of gold base, is going for the second gold. Going for the second expansion. So I would say that MaxPax has been trading better and has been more efficient. But SKillous, with a boosted economy, I mean, he can just reinforce. He can just keep warping in more and more stalkers. Meanwhile, DTs, they do hit the gold. Cannon goes down. Dark Templar, they're wreaking havoc. So we see a forced recall to get the Observer going. Observer does make it back home in time to defend, but DTs, they still break through. Probes are going down. And finally, MaxPax, he will break the gold. Breaking the gold base at the same time as Elramba hits towards the third. SKillous, he's losing control of his economy. SKillous is becoming more and more all in, as that's going to be 15 workers going down. And SKillous, he will break the expansion. Nexus is going to fall. It's a nice start, but he's trying to push into a concave. He just cannot. He cannot break through. MaxPax is now a massive supply lead. Stasis goes off as well, catching out the retreating SKillous. DTs and Zealots are still wreaking havoc. They're going for the base. They're going for the Nexus, and it's going to go down as well. Oh, it's so close. No, she saves it. Barely. Does he? Ooh, he does. Barely saves the base. Both expansions do survive, but SKillous is down to 54 workers, 54 probes. What was once a greater economy, now he's barely holding his own. He's barely keeping up. Again, the DT and Zealot counterattacks did pay off here for MaxPax. And now, for the first time in a long time, MaxPax, he's only down by 3 stalkers. Like, he has a comparable stalker army. Something that SKillous has had over MaxPax for most of this game. Not anymore. Exploring back. Trying to retake that center expansion. I mean, at least SKillous has denied that base over and over and over again. He has been able to snipe that center expansion. MaxPax double expanding, going for the gold. Okay, another stasis pops off. No. Nikita, calm down. He's trying to hold on. So I'll say bust into the natural. Bust in. Cannon does fall. What else towards the south side? DTs as well, going for the cannon. Cannon is going to get picked up. SKillous, so he's maxed out. Now, SKillous, he has a super maxed army. He has less workers for a greater army supply. So he is a little bit more committed. I mean, the gold bases make up for the lower probe counts, true. They'll still have both. You know, better fight for MaxPax. Gets extra volleys off, catching out their stalkers. SKillous being forced further back. Back enemy does save the expansions, they'll save the mineral lines. He's holding on. Economy still in favor of MaxPax. Yo, we got the red hours. Crazy. SKillous looking for another way in. He rotates, he backs off. Trying to force MaxPax out into the open. MaxPax pulls away. Does pull away, does have a bit of concave. Not bad. Stasis going off. I mean, SKillous, he's got 57 stalkers to the 46 of MaxPax. We spoke about this, but SKillous, he can get away with a lower probe count because of the gold bases. So he has more army supply, but he needs to use it. He needs to use it. Likewise, MaxPax, he's still refusing to tech up. We could see, you know, a robo into a bay into disruptors. Or even more immortals. But nah. Purely gateway compositions instead. Let's go. Oh, the stalkers. Let's play forward. Spoke in, denies some mining time, not bad. Takes down 7 probes. Stays about to run out. Zealous did a great job tanking once again. We do get a better trade here to MaxPax. Shaves off extra stalkers. How about easily be forced back? And it's forced to retreat. Still very tense. Rotating once again. Gets a couple of workers. SKillous down to 46 probes. MaxPax just taking more bases. Let's go. Takes that northern base. Why not? Now with the mass force with SKillous, he's forced to engage. Does have on top of the Immortal. Immortal goes down. We did mention the Immortals earlier. MaxPax, he is diversifying. And SKillous, does he have enough? Does get into the mineral line. Takes down the probes. ETs are waddling in. But there is detection. And SKillous, he's forcing MaxPax back. Again, the soup does lie. We spoke about this. MaxPax, he's up in supply, but that is in workers. That's a high probe count. Not a large army. Again, MaxPax needs a little bit more time to reinforce. There we go. Zealous, they come in. And this is what MaxPax was waiting for. GG gets called. Zealous, they have arrived. You overwhelm SKillous. And SKillous, he taps out. MaxPax, he will take the series 3-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very interesting final game here between MaxPax and SKillous. For the most part, it was just two armies with like this big back and forth between them. They were almost always like in lockstep with each other, always engaging, always pushing in. But what really was the MVP for MaxPax, as you saw towards the end, is that SKillous was all in because he had lost all of his economy. He had lost worker after worker after worker. He was holding on to his nexuses, but he was losing probes. Again, the DT and Zealot run-bys were proving to be a little bit too much. Despite even having cannons to defend, it just wasn't enough. It was not enough, just too much economic damage, and SKillous, he ran out of steam towards the end. He ran out of workers, ran out of the economy, and could not keep up. Could not sustain himself. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax, he will take the 3-0, and MaxPax will advance on into a rematch against Clem. Let's go. Ooh, oh my god, let us go. Again, Clem, he has been patiently waiting in the grand finals. This is a rematch. Clem did defeat MaxPax earlier in this tournament, did bring him down, was it 3-1? Yes, he did bring him down 3-1 previously, but now MaxPax, he is here for his revenge, and we'll see if he can get it here, as this is going to be a best of 7. Oh boy. Now, it isn't just a best of 7. This is going to be a best of 7 with a 1-point advantage to Clem. Before I get ahead of myself, a big shout to SKillous, because again, SKillous, he fought so hard to make it this far. He got into the top 3. Remember, SKillous is the reason why there was no herO MaxPax rematch. I was expecting it. I'll be honest, I was expecting a herO versus MaxPax rematch, but that was denied, as SKillous was able to knock herO out of the event, was able to knock him down, likewise ByuN as well, and it was SKillous to make it to the top 3, not herO. GG, well played, really well done there by SKillous. Again, just to re-emphasize, SKillous, he's been improving so much over the past year, over the past 12 months. SKillous has been getting better and better results, taking down bigger and bigger names. We've even seen him take down MaxPax, not today, not this time, but in previous events and previous tournaments, he has been able to force MaxPax into a longer series and even win them himself. Not this week though, as MaxPax is still the favorite player. He's still the best Protoss in Europe and arguably the best Protoss in the world for a reason, as he is now facing off against Clem in the grand finals. Let's go. Again, best of 7, 1-point advantage. Now, the reason why Clem has a 1-point advantage is because he's coming in from the upper brackets. Unlike MaxPax, Clem has not lost a series. He has not lost a series yet here in the OSC Season 12 Championship. Oh boy. Is coming in as the heavy favorite. Stasis wards, yes, stasis wards are also another factor. True. Here we go. SKillous had a wild run. He did, exactly. He did have a wild run. It's one of those things where it's like, SKillous, he only got top 3, but it's a big bracket. It was a massive bracket, so really solid result there from SKillous. And as always, look forward to seeing more of him in the coming weeks. As always, big Nikita fan. As we are now jumping into our finals. Let's go. Ooh, it's been an intense event already, 4 hours. Let's go. And now we're here to wrap up. We are here to crown our champion. As we load into game 1, it's going to be on Ultra Love. Let's go. Loading into Ultra Love. It all ends here. It all ends between these 2 players. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. We'll see if he can get his revenge here, as this is a rematch to a series that already took place in this tournament in the upper brackets. Can he bring it back? It is, MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. As a reminder as well, all of these matches are played ahead of time and they are submitted here to OSC, to the admin. So this is a replay broadcast, which is also why the bracket command is not working in the chat. Is not working for good reason. As for now, we are jumping in to game 1. So far, double gas opener out of Clem. Clem is going for a more aggressive start. With this, he can go for a faster factory. This can lead into early Cyclone aggression, can lead into early tank play, can lead into early Banshees as well. Clem has options, or even Reactor Reaper Hellion. So MaxPax, he dips in for the scouts, and MaxPax, he will confirm the opener. For now, he is in position to deny an expansion, but there is no CC. MaxPax dips back in. And he's going to be locked out. Yeah, MaxPax, he's locked out of the base. Now, from here, I mean, there could be a CC on the high ground for all MaxPax knows. There could be a factory or a command center. MaxPax is in the dark as to the opener. As MaxPax, instead of going in to confirm the gases, he was trying to be a little bit cheeky and trying to block a base that never arrived. So MaxPax, he kind of mind gamed himself. And as a result, MaxPax is in the dark. Behind this, there's that factory, no early reactor, so we're not going for Reactor Reaper Hellion. There's that delayed CC from Clem. And back at home, we should be seeing a Twilight Council opener. Again, for the most part, Twilight Council play is the go-to here in this matchup. I don't really expect MaxPax to deviate too much. We have seen MaxPax play Stargate before, but it is very map dependent. And MaxPax isn't really one to play Robo. Robot openers are more safe, they're more defensive, and we see them mixed in from players like Showtime and herO and Classic, but MaxPax, he has arguably the best Blink Stalker control in the world, so may as well make use of those Blink Stalkers. As Twilight Council's on the way, it's gonna be Blink. So Blink here from MaxPax does move in. Oh. Does move in, will shade away. Likewise, there is that 1-1-1 from Clem, opening up with what looks to be a Widow Mine drop. So, Mine drop opener. Moving out with his initial Reaper Hellion. And now the goal for this move out for Clem should be to scout. Should be to confirm what tech it is. Even though there's a low chance it's going to be a Stargate, if it is, he needs to know. Does need to know. Max actually throwing down another gateway, getting into a 3-gate setup, so 3-gate blink, and we'll see if he throws down a 4th gateway. Till then, here comes that mine drop. Then he does move out. The goal here again is just for scouting information. Just keep tabs on MaxPax. Drop is coming in. So let's throw in the Widow Mine. Sorry, the Mineral Line. One Widow Mine towards the natural, one into the main. MaxPax, he does pull away in time. Oh, I say that does not pull away in the main. That's going to be 5 probe kills. 3 in the main base, 2 here at the natural. Very nice damage here by Clem. That is more damage than should have happened. MaxPax late to react as well. Late to pull back into the minerals. And Clem, he even escapes with 1 Widow Mine. Oh, it does escape with 1. So a stronger start from the Terran. Behind this, Clem getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport. Safety Raven as well, let's go. Is secure. And I believe Clem did scout the tech. Yeah, he saw the Twilight Council. He's aware, blink is done. And it's 3-gate blink into a 3rd. What was meant to be a very safe opener didn't quite achieve that success. Didn't deny damage. And the pressure's on MaxPax. Clem dipping into the main. We'll get 1 probe. Just the 1. It's 1 worker. Likewise, he has yet to confirm the timing of the expansion. Should be aware that it's on the way there. Clem is building up. Now, Clem, he should not push out without Stim. Stim just began. We have Stim, we're building up the tank count. Once Stim finishes, then Clem can be active. Until then, MaxPax, he is free to just saturate. To saturate his bases, to tech up. Forge is now done. 3rd base is complete. Gateway's on the way. Into charge, into +1. Standard follow-up here from MaxPax. But I do give Clem the edge. Right now, MaxPax, he needs to get into some of the bases, threaten the economy, but this is looking so solid here. We have bunker tank on the natural, and we have double tank in the main. There's no breaking this. So Clemmy maintains his position. MaxPax is committed. So building up towards charge, +1, gateway explosion, and now we have the bay after the charge. So from Blink Stalker into Charge Dot into Colossus. MaxPax gearing up towards the mid game. He's getting there. Really, our main attention is going to be on Clem's push, for the most part. I mean, there's going to be a lot that comes into play. Basically, it isn't just the move outs and just the engagement that Clem is going to be going for, but as Clem moves out, this Prism can backstab. So here we go. We have Zealots warping in, and MaxPax, he's looking for an opening. And he's waiting for the opportune moment. He has the Observer. The Observer does see the main army. I spoke too soon. As the Observer goes down. Turret in position. Prism takes a lot of hits. Prism takes a lot of damage. And is going to be zoned away. And just like that, Clem, he deflects the Prism harass. He breaks out, shuts down the Observer, chasing down those Stalkers, and here comes the push. Okay, Clem, he does calm down though. He's waiting for his Medivacs. Medivacs is still on the way. He has Stim, but he has no support. MaxPax takes the fourth. Colossus are in production. It's going to be a close hold. It's going to be a close hold here for MaxPax. Just buying time for the Colossus. Likewise, MaxPax, he can still go for a Zealot run by into the natural. The Prism might be denied, but the Zealots still have potential. And here comes that push, and this time with Medivacs. Oh, does spot the Stalkers. They spot each other. And Clem, he does Stim forward. He scans ahead of time. He does see the expansion. He wants it. Does want the Nexus, and he forces a cancel instantly. At the same time, Zealots towards that natural, but we have reinforcements. Clem, he defends. Hatching out transferring workers. You see MaxPax trying to set up a surround. He's getting caught out instead. He's getting caught. Prism turns around. First Colossus has finally arrived. And Clem, he doesn't have to fight. Remember, what did Clem want in this so far with this push? He wanted to deny the fourth, and he did it. He did deny the fourth base. That's all he needed. Anything else is a bonus. As he does catch a couple of Zealots. MaxPax pulls away. Clem is reinforcing, now with Vikings. Oof, as MaxPax does take a shot to the face. He wasn't expecting the tanks to still be there.
Base is under attack.
And Clem is creating an opening. Does he go for it? No. Pulls away. Does pull away. Now, Clem, he could have tried to rotate and he could have tried to cancel this base for a second time, but he doesn't risk it. Doesn't risk it. Safe player to Clem. He pulls away. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Backs off, and Clem is going to wait until he maxes. And he's almost there. Clem, he's almost maxed out. And again, this all leads into the opener, right? Clem, he was able to deal economic damage. MaxPax was unable to deal any counter damage. And that led into the fourth base falling. So Clem, he got a lead, he maintained that lead, and he still has it. And is going to be the first to max. MaxPax, he's still up against the wall. He's still on the back foot. He still has potential with the Zealot run by, but really that needs to get damage. Zealot run by on the right gets caught. Stalkers, they take attention to the face. One Stalker goes down. And here comes the move out. Clem, he's maxed. Now, there is a bunker, there are reinforcements, there's Widowmine's Clem, he's ready for the run-by. We spoke about this, that run-by needs to get damage done, but it's not going to happen. Meanwhile, Storm is not ready, High Templar, they've morphed in, they have feedbacks, but no Storm. Shows his EMPs. Then moving forward. Sieging up those tanks, he zones away MaxPax from the third, and the third is exposed. We could try to recall Zealots, they turn back around, they race back to defend. Expansion's falling, but here comes us around. Storm isn't done. 5 seconds. Done in 3. Tanks are exposed. Tanks do full. Zealots, they charge in. Do we have any storms coming in? We don't. At Templar, they were targeted down. But MaxPax, he's holding. Oh no, the final Colossus. Ooh, Colossus goes down, but does save the expansion. Whew, MaxPax, he saves the base, but at a cost. I'm afraid to look here. That was High Templar. That was 3 Colossus. 3 Colossus went down. That's crazy. Colossus count was reset. High Templar as well. Forced to morph into the Archon. And there's no splash damage. There's 0 splash damage here for MaxPax. He'll soon have 1 Storm. And Clem, he knows he has momentum. Now, he didn't get the mineral line. I assumed he would. I assumed that this base, or at least the mineral line, would go down. Clem got neither. There's that Storm. There's the 1 High Templar. Does move out. High Templar a bit out of position. Templar coming in from behind. Ooh, nice Storm. Storm does pop up. EMP doesn't quite connect. And there's a second storm. And MaxPax, he holds. And he gets away with his 4 bases, and now he gets away with a 5th as well. Whew. Again, it was a tough hold here for MaxPax. He lost all of his Colossus as a result, but he does survive. And we have a game. Do you have a game? I still want to say that Clem is ahead. Clem still has momentum. The problem here is that MaxPax's splash damage is very limited. It's very limited here. He has 2 Colossus. He has a handful of Storm, a handful of High Templar. Like, it's still not an ideal army. MaxPax is still vulnerable. He needs more time. Does need more time. Is this live? Yes, the cast is live. The cast is live. As you can see in the title of the stream, it does say replay cast. As I mentioned before, the games that were played ahead of time, they were submitted, and we're here to cast them. Clem is steering forward. Steering forward. High Templar massing, getting ready for the storms. Clem going for a split push. Toss in the EMP. There's still a recall available. Storm popping up. Oh wait, we just take the storm to the face. That's what Clem does. There's that recall. Do you recall in time? Robo goes down, but MaxPax holds. I'll save the expansion. Due to the recall, though, he is vulnerable. Army stems in. More storms connect. Oh, but the Colossus does fall. And the last MaxPax, he's running out of storm. Yeah, Clem, he breaks through. Breaks through the army, getting top of the expansion. MaxPax is rotating. Trying to rotate over in time. Scan reveals the army, and Clem has to get the hell out of here. Does stim further in. And picks up, going into the main. Remember, recall's on cooldown. And MaxPax, he's trying to keep up. So far, nice storms. Storms are solid. Tech is under fire. Down goes the Temple Archives. And the Forge as well. That's a lot of Colossus. Jesus. It's 4 Colossus. Oh my, the lasers. Laser shows too much. MaxPax, he defends. But he can't warp in High Templar. Only Colossus and Disruptors. Jesus. The control, the micro, the lips. Clem takes out the Stalkers with 3 Marauders. It does bring them down. Does force another rotation. Back on the right hand side, storms are ready. Max actually will defend. He's still holding on. Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, a little bit inattentive. High Templar goes down. No storm. There's 1 High Templar left. Does land both of the storms. Last Clem still forcing as well. Oh my god, another storm pops off. Clem does retreat. But here comes the freedom. Freedom has arrived. We have liberation. Clem moving in. There's so many freedom zones. MaxPax trying to come in from behind. Liberators, they reposition. Wow, they reposition. They zone the army away. Clem pushing forward. Colossus, they just cannot get close to the army. And the base goes down. Yeah, MaxPax just forced into a base raid. Forced to commit across the map instead. That's going to be 25 probe kills. And the recall will save the Colossus. Meanwhile, MaxPax busting to the natural. Going into the main. Again, the best chance here for MaxPax would have been the base trade, but Clem, he's turning around. He's racing back home. So far as Zealots, they do camp the production, but it's going to be a one-way trip. And there's no answer to these Liberators. Yeah, there is no answer. Liberation still has arrived. The natural base is going to be on fire. But for the most part, everything here is going to be going down. Clem, he will clean this up. The Zealots, the Stalkers, MaxPax pushing in towards that third, being hyper aggressive. He needs to be. but he cannot fight head on. He has to avoid the main army. Does have to pull away. Still trying to reinforce. MaxPax, again, he's all in. Either he breaks Clem or he dies trying. Gets a couple of medevacs. Not bad. Takes down 2 medevacs. Takes down 14 SCVs. The Liberators are repositioning once again. Again, the CranKy Ducklings live stream is never live. True, true. SCL was not live last night. Or the night before. It's all a blur. Cap. Oh, storm popping up. Oh my, massive storms. Storms, they do trade well, but regardless, the army is barely standing. GG gets called as Clem overwhelms, and Clem will take a 2-0 lead in the finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem does take a lead. And we'll see if he can extend it. We'll see if MaxPax can bounce back. Again, it was just a really rough start for MaxPax. Almost from the beginning of the game, Clem was ahead. He did take a lead. He was able to get greater economic damage, able to snowball out of control when it came to his move out. That's why MaxPax could not save his 4th. And remember, Clem, all he wanted was just to knock down the 4th base. It would be the first to max out. I was very impressed that MaxPax, he was able to survive and save the second 4th base and build up and max out himself. But with the greater economy, Clem had the greater tech, and he had gotten into his Liberators. And unfortunately, MaxPax, he had no answer to those Liberators. Ideally, in a back and forth game, you would transition to Skytoss, into Tempest, into Carrier, and that's how you would kind of counteract the mass Liberator setup, or into Mass Stalker. But alas, MaxPax, he wasn't right. He wasn't quite ready for that. Wasn't ready for that. Was just a little bit too far behind there. And with that, Clem takes a lead. And now we're going to be loading into King's Cove. Let's go. Toss it, the live stream is live. True, true. This is a VOD. They're all VODs. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Representing Sidestorm Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounces back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Plushies aren't moving. Clearly, it's not live. True, true. Smoke. One of these days, I'll take an updated photo. I've been meaning to do so for years. Like, that's a photo from like 2021, like when we were in the ESL studio. So it's a long time ago. Ah, God. You know what? Maybe this month. I mentioned before that March is going to be a little bit leaner for us here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we'll try to get a photo shoot going. Got some updated plushies. I got the Derp Fester. I have the Marines, of course, Patches and Stitches. Sorry, Patches and Crackhead, I meant to say. As the Clem does open up with the eBay block. Oh boy, here we go. So there's lots to get into. First things first, welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool as well. I would say Neon Violet Square is the most vetoed, but King's Cove is up there as well, alongside Abyssal. Ooh, and with that eBay block, MaxPax is forced to take the unnatural natural. Aye. Forced to expand on the low ground. It is going to be a very exposed location, as you can imagine, and we'll see if Clem can punish this, as Clem does confirm the location of the natural. So already an ideal start for Clem, as MaxPax is going to have to try to defend his natural and his main base and rotate between them. It is an uncomfortable start for the Protoss. From here, Clem, I would imagine, is going to go Reactor Reaper Hellion or go for Reactor Hellion production. There is potential to pull MaxPax apart. What was that? Yeah, that's what I said. It's Patches and Crackhead, not Stitches. My mind was elsewhere. What else do I have? I'm pretty sure I have all the plushies. I mean almost all of them. I don't have like the Korean only plushies. Like, for those who don't know, there was like a sponsored StarCraft's event. This was back, I think launch of Legacy of the Void, and there is a StarCraft's like big Zergling plushie, and there's a StarCraft's Reaver. There's a Reaver as well, and you have to have been in Korea to get those. I know like Crank has them. I think Wardy got gifted them. I think Wardy has one of them as well. I think like Crank and Oli and them, I think they got like extra copies. Gotta collect them all. I think you can get them on eBay, maybe, but they're very rare. They're very rare, just because obviously they're discontinued, and they only were launched for that Legacy kind of like launch party. But yes, there is a Reaver plushie. What's that? I said it's a plushie. It's actually a hat. You can wear it like a hat. Meanwhile, we did open up a reactor to Hellion. With those Hellions, they do head across the map. So far, the Oracle does shut down one of them, and will barely clip the other as well. Oof. And now these Hellions, they can two-shot probes. They can two-shot. So far, the Oracle is shutting them down. Nicely done. This was a Stargate opener out of MaxPax, and they will hold. Sorry, I was a little bit engrossed in the plushie time. But good defense here so far. Now, the reason why we had a Stargate opener, it is very common to open Stargate when you force take the unnatural natural. The reason for this is because rotating between the bases is easier when you don't have to worry about the ground terrain. So Oracle openers are ideal defensively, and with that, MaxPax he holds. Now, the downside is that you're stuck with Stargate play, and you are vulnerable to early game aggression, not harassment. Harassment gets shut down, but you can see Clem, he's pushing. What does he have? Marines, Cyclones, he's hoping to catch out the Oracle or the Phoenix. As the Phoenixes are moving out, you see Clem boosting forward, gets a lock on. Oh, there's a lift. Nicely done, breaks the lock on. MaxPax does get away. Clem is pushing, now with a second Cyclone. And again, early game defense here with Phoenix Oracle can be difficult. There is that stasis. Does Clem notice? Does he notice the stasis? He does, baits it out. Trying to push forward. Immortal production has begun. Needs a little bit more time for that Immortal though. So far, dancing with the army. Boys are being pulled. Phoenix, they go for the dive. They try to. And behind this looks like the Immortal is going to spawn in. The Immortal and a second shield battery. Clem is about to have a Viking. But again, that Immortal might be just what MaxPax needs to hold on. Yeah, Clemmy backs off. Backs off, he has to retreat. Gets a double lock on. Uh-oh. Boys are being pulled. The Immortal taking a lot of hits. Oh no! He can't lose it. He can't, and he barely will. He barely will lose the Immortal. Immortal goes down. Massive loss, massive pickup, and Clem, he's breaking through. He's done it. He's broken the back here of MaxPax. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. GG gets called with the death of that Immortal. That is the death of MaxPax, and Clem will take a 3-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense defense there by MaxPax. Again, he just needed a little bit more time. I mean, I say that he did have the Immortal, but he wasn't able to break the lock on. What was brutal about that Immortal when it popped out is that immediately Clem, he locked on with both Cyclones. He locked onto the Immortal with both Cyclones, and the Immortal could not escape. Could not escape the lock on, was targeted down, and with the death of that Immortal, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Clem does extend his lead, and as a reminder, this is a best of 7. Best of 7. Clem needs one more. Needs one more win, one more game to take it all. Let's go. Whew. Let us go as we are jumping into game number 4. And I'm hoping we can bounce back and make a series out of this. I mean, ideally we get an ace match, but the pressure is now on MaxPax, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Can't you wear anything as a hat if you really want to? I guess so, I guess. If you have good enough balance, you put almost anything on your head. The infamous pancake hat on a hamster is proof of that. Just add maple syrup. Ah, no. Now you're making me hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. As for now, double gas opener out of Clem. This time there is no eBay block. We saw that Clem was able to just punish and abuse MaxPax for expanding out in the open and take advantage of that. But now we're calming things down at least somewhat here. Now, I don't expect MaxPax to go for a Stargate opener. As a reminder, the only reason why MaxPax opened Stargate was to defend his natural. Here, we should be seeing something more standard. For now, Gate, Cybercore, into Nexus, into his tech of choice. We're leading towards Twilight Council play, but we'll keep an eye on MaxPax. Meanwhile, for Clem, we're going for a faster factory. With this, Clem, he will have the opportunity to go into, say, faster Cyclones, faster tanks, faster Banshee play. We actually haven't seen a Banshee opener so far in this series, and we know it's been quite trendy as of late in this matchup, so we'll see if Clem does embrace that here. Keep an eye on him. Here we go. Filthy Proto Scum. Yo, Mito, keep the bias inside you, okay? Be careful, Bobby. Be careful. Keep it inside. And so now, gonna be settling in. We have our natural here on the low ground. And Cybercore is done. We'll soon be going for our tech of choice. MaxPax opening up Adept. And there it is. It is going to be the Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. It's going to be the Twilight Council opener into Blink. Meanwhile, Clem going to be reinforcing with extra Reaper Hellion. So going to be a little bit more aggressive early on here. Keeping up with those adepts. Ooh, first Hellion takes a lot of hits, and the first Hellion should go down. As a Shade is committed to, and the Hellion falls. From here, Clem is making a beeline across the map. Remember, Clem, he has not seen the tech yet. He does not know about the opener. He will dive into the main, and he should get a full scout of MaxPax. Checking his vision. Does dip closer, gets a probe kill. Pulls away. Likewise, Adepts say get across the map. Oh, the Reaper's out of position. SCV is going to fall and just barely delays the CC for a second. Whew. Does delay for a moment. And will delay the orbital as well. Shading up into the main. So far, MaxPax does achieve some counter damage. Clemmy turns back around. And as if on cue, Pappy. I mean, good thing we brought it up. It is going to be that Banshee play. As we mentioned before, we expected it at least once in this series. We haven't seen it yet, but it is quite trendy to go for nowadays, especially on ley lines. So it is going to be Banshee play out of Clem. Checking MaxPax's vision. He has yet to confirm. But thankfully does have a robo follow-up into detection. But again, if you've been tuning into high-level TVP, you'll know that whether it's ByuN, Maru, Clem, Cure, Yumiho, Banshees have been very trendy for the past almost a year. Almost. Actually, I think I would say year at this point. Like early 2024. Did gain a lot of popularity. Stalker's A poke forward. Denying mining time. SCV is going to be going down. Nice catch. And Blink is just not finishing. Oh, can try to blink away. Can and will. 5 SCVs does get out. Very nice damage here by MaxPax. Doesn't lose a single unit. But what about the Banshees? As the Banshee has arrived, Cloak is almost done. And do we have an Observer? We do not. Observer is still not out. Is still in production, and probes are going to fall. On the one hand, Stalker damage was good, but the Banshee makes up for that. As this 3-gate blink out of MaxPax. Getting 6, 7 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Likewise, defensive Banshee at home, and there's no detection. There's no Observer. He has to commit. He has to commit up the ramp. Tank has a little bit late to siege, but Tank is still in position. Yeah, Tank is in position nonetheless. And this is going to be a brutal loss here for MaxPax. Tank volley's going up. Stalker's going down, and 9 probe kills across the map. And Clem, he's just all over this. is all over this. And MaxPax has to get the hell out of here. Pulls back, gets a third base, has to lick his wounds. Whew. Oh boy. As the dust settles, it was 10 probes going down in total, so better economic damage in favor of Clem. Likewise, Clem also saves one of his Banshees. Still able to make use of it. Oh, I say that. Gets caught out. Does fall. Not an Avenging Foe cloak. Nice pick up there by MaxPax. Shuts down the Banshee. We'll pull away. Pull away. And again, there's just so much pressure on MaxPax to try to break this position. There is no bunker, but there are 2 tanks. There are 2 tanks. He's going for the dive. He gets one. Takes down one tank, takes down the other as well. Whew, barely breaks through. Nice control. Boys are being pulled. Viking hunting down that prism. Clem, he will hold on. What's important about what just happened, though, is that without those 2 tanks, Clem, his counterattack is almost non-existent. It means that even though Stim is going to finish in combat shields as well, Clem, he will have less pushing power. MaxPax, beautiful blink control, doesn't lose any stalkers. Clem getting bullied back again, being punished for the lack of bunker. And no bunker means the ByuN army, it's crumbling. Viking forced to land. Boys are being pulled. MaxPax, he might just break Clem here and now. He's so close. Still warping in, still reinforcing, warping in 3 stalkers at a time. Please add a couple of stalkers to the Marauders. Does bleed out a couple. More SCVs being pulled. And Clem was just overconfident. Overconfident here from Clem. To skip out in that bunker. Now just losing almost everything. Mine shot's gonna be going up. Ooh. They avoided. Does avoid the mine shots. Stim is almost done. And MaxPax getting even more economic damage. Clem down to 45 SCVs. And despite the initial Banshee harass, we're looking to make a series out of this. It's ideally not going to be a 4-0. MaxPax actually gets punished though. Does get punished. Has to back up. Clem is holding, but Clem is behind. He has to do something across the map. He's going for a drop. He's moving out with his drop. MaxPax is getting a 4th expansion while Clem is still on less than 2 base saturation. 47 SCVs. Does have a 3rd. True. Does have a 3rd base. Stalkers into the main army towards the natural. Clem is going to try to force a cancel on the expansion, but MaxPax, he has warp-ins. He has warp-ins back at home. Does force the pickup. Nice scan, catches out the observer. But these are still better trades for MaxPax. Likewise in the main base, trading out zealots. I mean, Clem is being efficient. Catching out more stalkers. Uh-oh. So 2 more stalkers going down. Stepping forward once again. Clem is slowly trying to recover. Just now landing his 3rd. From here is going to float over. MaxPax likewise is going to be taking into his own Colossus production into splash damage. Taking the expansion. It's on MaxPax to try and delay this for as long as possible. He's moving out with his stalkers. There's still not much of an army here for Clem. And now he's barely holding on, and MaxPax, he sends everything across the map. The charge shots, the immortals, the stalkers. That one Colossus. His goal here is to break Clem. And he has enough to do so. Gets into the mineral line. Catches out a couple of SCVs. Yeah, at the same time warping into the main, just pulling Clem apart. I mean, he just doesn't have the supply. Clem, he doesn't have the army to deal with this. Doesn't have enough. GG gets called. Whew, and MaxPax, he will pull Clem apart. And we have a series. MaxPax takes the game. GG. MaxPax does take the game, does fight back, does put the first point on the board. Now, it's still not going to be easy. It's still an uphill battle. As a reminder, Clem only needs one game to win the entire series. MaxPax has to win every game moving forward to force the ace match. The pressure is still on. Is it going to be ESL this year? So far, no one knows. Everyone is still waiting for the announcement. Everyone is waiting for the announcement from EWC. So everyone is waiting. Soon to be announced. Soon TM. As we are getting into our next game, we're continuing our finals. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. Fighting back, putting a point on the board. Can he bring us all the way to the ace match? The pressure is on. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, one game away from winning the entire tournament and from becoming this year's OSC Season 12 champion. It is Clem. Here we go. Now, last game we had a double gas opener into Banshee play. It's quite commonplace on ley lines. Here we can see it work on El Dorado. The rush distance by ground is short, but I would imagine after doing it in one game, we most likely won't do it again anytime soon in this series. If we can get to a game 6, a game 7, then potentially there. But I wouldn't expect it back to back. Likewise, at least talking a little bit about that game, honestly, it was a much stronger start for Clem. Clem, he was able to cripple the economy, was able to punish the Stalkers. Clem had a very strong start to that last game, and it was almost looking like it was going to be a 4-0. But MaxPax, he was able to find that damage. Again, we did mention, we tried to emphasize at the time, Clem did decide to skip his bunker on the low ground. He was being greedy, he was cutting corners, and he was punished for it. MaxPax, he dove on those tanks. After focusing down both tanks, he was then able to take control of the natural, and he was able to deal a lot of havoc, cause a lot of chaos, I should say, deal damage, and bounce back and recover. Now we're getting into our next game. So far, this time Clem, economic opener, going for a Rax expand off of one gas. So economic start this time out of Clem. We're slowing things down. Likewise, MaxPax going for his own gate cyber expand as well. So we have standard opener out of MaxPax, economic start here by Clem, which means no real early game aggression. Slowing things down. Here we go. We can see Clem, he does scout for the nearby proxy locations, checks the third, checks even further back towards the fourth, making sure there is no proxy gateway. Clem making sure he's safe and secure. Likewise, we have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Again, we did see the Stargate once in the series so far, but again, that was more of a response to the opener and to being forced into an awkward base on King's Cove. We shouldn't see it here on El Dorado. Meanwhile, the bunker, this time we get the bunker. Bunker is done. But again, bunker is a lot more common in the early game here when you go for an economic start. Bunker is ready. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1. And this can lead from Hellion into Mind Drop. This can lead into an earlier Tech Lab into Raven Harass. See where Clem takes us. That is being forced back. Bearing in mind, Clem did not commit to a scout into the main. Does have the Reaper, but he did not get into the main base here. Just a natural. As there is no Reaper cliff into the main on El Dorado. So it is more difficult to scout on this map. Not impossible. Clem goes for the natural into the main. Not bad. Threatens the economy. Ooh, gets one probe. One worker so far. Gets a second. Not bad. Is going to be cleaned up. It gets 2 probe kills. Nice damage here from Clem. Behind this, we spoke about the early Banshee, and there it is. So it's going to be Tech Lab into Banshee from the side of Clem. Trading 2 for 2. Does trade. here just building up his tanks, building up his defensive setup. MaxPax back at home, going 3-gate blink into a third. Not an all-in, but he has aggressive potential. Speaking of, he's moving out while he expands. So here comes the Prism, here come the Stalkers. Clem at this time should be a lot more secure. He has his tank in the main. Interesting choice. The route into the main base for Blink Stalkers is a lot more awkward. MaxPax, he's making his way towards that natural. Actually headed straight for the main. Okay. Yeah, tank positioning is going to pay off here for Clem. He's ready for it. Yep, tank does punish, and MaxPax is deflected. The MaxPax, he was hoping there was going to be an opening here. Alas, Clem was playing very safe. And he was ready. Now he has 2 tanks, one at the natural, one in the main. He is secure. But thankfully, remember, it was 3-gate blink into a third. So MaxPax, again, he's not really all in. He's looking to pick off any stray units. He's not looking to commit. So he's poking in, pulling out. From here, we should be headed towards a Forge, into Charge. There we go, Charge on the way. There's a Forge for +1. In towards the mid-game. Oh boy. And we haven't really seen like a proper back-and-forth mid-game yet. On Ultra Love, we had maxed out armies, that is true. But for the most part, Clem, he was ahead from the beginning. So my momentum was on his side. Never quite let go of it. Here on El Dorado, there is no clear lead for either player. 3 probe kills is nice, but nothing major. Likewise, MaxPax does get behind the mineral line, gets 2 SCVs. Observer was caught. Observer goes down. And now Clem, he can break out. And soon break out, getting his own third. So just building up towards the mid-game. MaxPax on 3 bases. Clem about to take his own 3rd base as well. That should lead into MaxPax taking a 4th. And once we get our 4th on the horizon, then MaxPax can start taking up towards Colossus. Speaking of that, there's the bait. There's the bait for the Colossi. MaxPax did have the option to go into Storm if he so chose to, but it is going to be a more consistent form of splash damage instead. Into Colossi. Second Observer gets caught for the 2nd time. Observer does go down. As Clem breaks out, we do have a Prism slipping into the main. But there's an army in position. And Clem is ready. Oh! Dives on the Prism. Oh, Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Aye, aye, aye. Prism does fall. Mass repair on the tank. And Clem, he will shut this down. Not without losing a couple of SCVs. It's going to be 1. It's going to be 2 SCVs falling. Better trade for Clem. That was 2 SCVs for 4 Zealots and a Prism. MaxPax moving out for another Zealot run by. Both players expanding away from each other. MaxPax going for the 4th. Clem going for his 3rd. MaxPax does get 6 SCVs, not bad. Takes down a handful of workers, ready for another Zealot run by. MaxPax baited in. Takes a tank shot to the face. More Zealots on the way. We have more Zealots. They do hit the mineral line. There are some reinforcements. But that's a lot of Zealots. And they are breaking through. Tank is getting low. MaxPax, he wants that tank. He's going to get it. But will cost him the Zealots though. Zealots are falling. Likewise, another tank goes down. Very nice pickups. Catching up. Oh no! Oh, catches out both tanks, but will bleed out 3-4 Stalkers. And MaxPax, he is punished. And here comes the push. This entire time, Clem has just been building up his forces, getting to his 3rd base. Now we can focus on his main army. Did lose his tanks though, so it's mainly bio-focused, biocentric. Marines and Marauders. MaxPax is stuck at home defending. But he's working on that third Colossus. So third Colossus on the way, fourth base getting operational. Observer gets caught out. It's on MaxPax to maintain vision at least, to see where Clem is rotating. And so far it's being cleaned up. At the same time going for another Stellar Run by, he gets spotted by the SCV. Clem knows. Clem, he should respond. He has a bunker. Rotate does respond. Likewise, so far, just a bit of a lull. Clem is about to max, though. That's what's terrifying here. He's maxing out now with Vikings and with Ghosts. The one thing Clem doesn't have yet is Liberators. It's still a little bit too early for that. Once he gets his fourth base, then he can afford extra gases, then he can afford a Fusion Core and Liberation Zones. Speaking of Liberators, there's a second starport. +1 ship weapons. Still mainly focusing on Vikings. Meanwhile, when it comes to MaxPax, I believe he has yet to take up in any other direction. What I mean by that, he has 3 Colossus, that is true, and he's just now getting a second Robo. Okay, so it's going to be Disruptor. I was waiting for either Storm or Disruptor production, and MaxPax is almost there. Without Disruptors, though, I do give the edge to Clem. Clem does have a power spike here, where he's the first to reach 200 supply. Clem has a massive army. And Max actually needs time for those Disruptors. He's supply blocked. Uh-oh. Is supply blocked here? He can't make anything yet. There we go. Pylons are on the way. Nexus as well. He needs those Disruptors. So Clem, he threatens a drop. Doesn't commit. There's that Fusion Core. That's going to be for Liberator range. Pylons now finishing up. Armies, they do clash. Likewise, MaxPax, he does bust into the main. DTs and Zealots. But it looks like Clem, yeah, he has enough. He has more than enough. He shuts down the army. Will bleed out some SCVs. Disruptor production has now begun. But it does feel late. Does feel a little bit delayed. I'm still very anxious when it comes to the main fight. Prism does distract. Still that one DT. Just holding his breath. Hugging the edge of the main. First 2 Disruptors have arrived. MaxPax, he's gotten here. So let's be careful though. Again, it's only 2 Disruptors. We have to count those Novas. At the same time, Zellarame coming in, denying some of the CZs. It forces Clem all the way back home. Turns everything around for a moment. Oh, as he does force a cancel. Oh, never goes off. Teasing connection. Takes down a Ghost. Second Nova, nice splits there out of Clem. He avoids the Nova. And he'll soon get into those liberation zones. He's almost there. Till then, nice force fields, locking down another Ghost. Another Ghost falls, and Colossus, they just wreak havoc. Getting a little bit more exposed. As we're running out of Vikings. And Max actually will take the fight, forcing back Clem. Barely holding on. And now trading the Terran. Again, the Vikings, they barely weren't able to trade. MaxPax, the first to max out. It's still a very fragile army. Like, the Colossus did take some hull damage. Of course, they can't be healed up. Third Robo's on the way. This tells us that MaxPax is getting ready to lose some Colossus. I mean, he knows that they're on a time limit. And we need those disruptors. Meanwhile, Liberation has arrived, making 4 libs at a time. And the Clem, throughout all of this, is actually going for a June drop into the main. Oh. Now there's a recall. There it is. Recall is available. Does recall in time. Storm is on the way. Clem has to get the hell out of here. Does pick up. Does evacuate. But recall is now unavailable. Something to bear in mind. He rotates. Let's rotate. Once a Velocity gets one. One goes down. Nova connects. Mainly on Marauder. Disruptor falls as well. Better pick off set by Clem. Storm is now going to be a factor though. Likewise, MaxPax forced to keep supply here in the main. That's where the Stalkers are. Meanwhile, Liberators have arrived. Trying to set up. Oh. So again, no major connections. Ooh, better towards the end. Does clip the army. Meanwhile, Clem does drop back in towards the natural. He's up against Stalkers. Barely a Zealot warp in, so yeah, MaxPax he defends, he deflects the drop. So far, so good. MaxPax is all over this. Brutally EMPs! Oh my god. EMPs a flank of the main army. Another Colossus falls down to 1. 1 Colossus left. More Liberators being set up, just only 2 though. And Liberators are going down. Liberator count just is not high enough. Likewise, massive Zealot warping into the main. MaxPax pulling Clem apart. As Zealots are popping up, catching reinforcements. Clem trying to keep up, is distracted. Oof, 2 full medics go down as well. And Clem is just falling apart here. Can MaxPax take it? He's close. He's close. Gonna be forced back. Zealots is still wreaking havoc. Still distracting the Liberators. 2 cause the distraction. MaxPax pushing into the natural. Oh my god, massive connection. And Clem getting caught out. Another Nova. Zones away. And Vikings forced to land on those disruptors. Oh my god, massive connection. Likewise though, we do see Liberators, they break out of the main. Clem, he's broken free. Defends the main base. Cannot focus on the main fight. That was a lot of damage here from MaxPax. What's important is that after all that was done, or as it was happening, we expand. MaxPax, he double expands, takes the gold, takes the southern base as well. No saturation yet, but he's getting there. Oh my god. Mass blink, Jesus. DTs that crack, they're crazy. Going for mass DT harass. Clem, he's trying to stabilize. Here we go. Liberation has, oh my god, the Liberation has arrived. That's a lot of liberation. That's a lot of freedom. Safari setting up. Likewise, another massive warping into the main. Oh, we're trying to hold on. DTs, they hit the northern base. Clem, can he hold on? He can drag the army into more freedom zones. Punishes the Gateway army. Defends back in the main. Dark Templar, they're still wreaking havoc. Finally going to be going down. Was that trade worth it? How many Liberators do we have left? 13. We've hit critical mass. We've hit critical mass of Liberators, and I don't know if there's enough here to deal with this. We mentioned this in the last game. How typically Liberators, they forced out a response, they forced out Sky Toss. I mentioned this on King's Wave, on Leyline, so I don't know if I recall correctly. Right, runs into Dark Templar. Does run in. But Clem is maxed out. A Mass Stalker can be okay against this, but it's not ideal. MaxPax is just being zoned away. Clem, he rotates, denies the mining of the gold. He is paying attention to the main army. And MaxPax is being pinned further back. And brutally MP, no storms! I don't think we've seen a storm this game, actually. But storm is denied. Brutally MPs, a Nexus goes down. And you can see Clem just bullying his way forward. And there is no answer. There's just too much freedom, baby. Liberation encroaching upon MaxPax. Zoning him away, takes down one of the disruptors. At the same time, another base goes down. And you can see Clem snowballing out of control. We can see MaxPax trying to outposition, trying to reposition even. Getting behind the army. But Clem, he keeps up. Does keep up. Oh! Nice Nova. Nova connects, Disruptor goes down. Zealots, they do hit, sorry, DTs, they do hit the third. Drop gets cleaned up. SCVs are going down. Clem, he turns back around. Does turn around to deal with this. Being dragged out of position. As Clem is still in a low economy, on a low SCV count. But likewise, so is MaxPax. As he just lost 2 bases. Oh. Storms are ready. High Templar do warp in. Speaking of, nice storm. As Clem moves out, DTs, they move back in. MaxPax just being so persistent with the Zealot Runwise and with the DT counterattacks as well. Both armies are remaxing. I think I do favor Clem in a head-on fight, just because of all these Liberators. Oh, nice storm. What is... Oh, that's another storm pops. Oh my god, he just runs through the storm. That's not good. The storms are brutal. He takes 3 storms to the face. Clem, calm down. Every time. He likes the storms. He likes it. Oh no. Yeah, Liberators are exposed, they're on their own. That's still a lot of liberation though. But yeah, if you've been watching Clem for the past couple of months, you would know that whether it's against herO, MaxPax, any Protoss really, he does take a lot of storms to the face. Now, a Marauder heavy composition can tank storms anyway. Like he can take like 1 or 2, or like 1.5 really. But you know, at some point, but calm down. Really, what it means is he's clean, bud. He's clean. Takes all the storms to the face. Let's go. As Vikings are here to bleed back those Colossus, he gets 1. There's 3 Vikings left. Sorry, there's 3 Colossus left. Center expansion is denied. Nice base. Going for a Doom Drop. Bold move. We've seen mixed success here with the Doom Drops of Clem. But he's spotted. He is spotted by the Zealot. The space is exposed. MaxPax knows this. Trying to respond as well. He's trying to. Expansion is going to be denied. MaxPax heals double expanding. Does have 1 storm available. And he will launch forward. Does force a big up. Warp it into the main. MaxPax trying to keep up with the movement here of Clem. Main armies, they're passing by each other. Oh! They're gonna clash. Do clash another storm zones. Dropping the main gets forced back. MaxPax, he's keeping up. Just barely, but the biggest concern, of course, is the economy, right? MaxPax, he has no bank. Oh, God. Another storm. Another storm pops off, but despite that, yeah, the Vikings, they chase out the Colossus. 1 Colossus left. Base goes down, and MaxPax, he's broke. He's broke. He cannot reinforce. He cannot warp in. He's out of money, out of minerals, out of gas. Meanwhile, Clem, he just got a fresh gold base. He just got a fresh gold base up and running. The economy is booming. And speaking of gold bases, MaxPax it's going to be denied. There's no shot. There's no saving this. Storm, decent storm. MaxPax trying to come in from behind. Brutal EMP. Shuts down the main army. Gold mining is denied. And MaxPax, he has nothing left here at the 4th. 5th base, half a base. Center base, also half a base as well. So MaxPax is down to a 1 base economy, as he has 2 half bases. Oof. Once again, good storms, but Clem just has a massive army to work with. It doesn't matter. He can take everything to the face and he's fine. Okay, Sims on in and catches out the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling. And this is going to be the final stand here for MaxPax. He's trying to hold on. Storms are moving forward, but GG gets called. He gets overrun, he gets overwhelmed, and Clem will take the series 4-1, becoming this season's OSC Season 12 champion. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will claim the series. He will again take the tournament. But a shout out to MaxPax. MaxPax, he did fight valiantly here to make it to the rematch to face off against Clem. Did have a rough start to the series, but of course he was able to hold his own at times, able to fight back, able to put a point on the board. Wasn't able to extend the series any longer, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he is the best player in the world for a reason. He was favored to win the event, and alas, no one could stand in his way. GG. GG, well played. Could not be stopped. As it is rare to stop Clem. It is a rare sight. But GG, well played nonetheless. Congratulations. Congratulations to Clem. And a shout out to all the competitors we had in this tournament. Again, it was a massive bracket. It was as always, every year it's a big endeavor, so shout out to Eddie, the owner of OSC and the organizer of the events. It is never easy to organize and to run and to have all these players face off. Again, it all began with the initial round of 32. We've had so many players here. We had SKillous, Cure, Nightmare, Christiana, Wayne, Clem, Shameless, Nicorect, many others, Yang Jakob, Creator, Mindo VK, Classic, Wayne, Honmono, and many others. You know, the best of the best when it comes to the online tournament scene did compete against each other, and this took over a month. It took over a month to get through, but we got there. We got there in the end. Again, basically this year it was Master Coliseum into Little League Cup, into the OSC Season 12 Championship, now into the Pigsty Festival. The Pigsty Festival is the next big online event, and that is leading into Star Zagora coming into April. So Star Zagora is the big offline event that everyone is focusing on, everyone is preparing for, and these big online events give you an idea of the state of play of a bunch of these players. Clem and MaxPax at the top 2. We had herO, who was really, outside of Clem, herO was the biggest threat to MaxPax. As you can see here up in the upper bracket, you can see herO and MaxPax, they went all the way to the ace match. They went all the way to game 5. It was a very close series between the two of them, but that's also why it was impressive that SKillous popped off. SKillous, remember, he was the player that denied the rematch. SKillous, he took down herO 3-0 and made sure that herO did not face off against MaxPax for a second time. Alas, MaxPax was more dominant over SKillous, but SKillous still had a really good result and a really good run here. We expected great things from SKillous further this year, I should say, coming into Star Zagora. My eyes are 100% on SKillous, alongside many of the other regulars, of course. Likewise, we had Solo going down to herO. We had a Geralt forcing SKillous to the ace match. We've been focusing a lot on like SKillous. He took down herO. He took down ByuN. Who else did he take down? Scrolling over, he took down Cure. He eliminated Cure. It went to the ace match, but he also eliminated Cure from the tournament as well, and he eliminated Nightmare. Like, mate, this was not an easy run. SKillous, he took down Nightmare, took down Cure, took down ByuN, took down herO. It also shows just the caliber of level here, the caliber of play in this tournament, to just have like this many big names like knocking each other out. So yeah, crazy impressive play. Crazy impressive play there. And again, of course, congratulations to Clem. He was the favorite player coming into this tournament, and again, he never lost more than 1 game per series. So really dominant performance. Again, Clem is the best player for a reason, and we expect, I mean, coming to Star Zagora and even the Pigsty Festival, Clem is favored to win it all. So we'll see if anyone can stop him from winning the Pigsty Festival or from winning Star Zagora as well. We'll see. We shall see. Just catching up. Why no for MaxPax? The freedom reigns unchallenged. It's just a really rough transition. Basically, you need to, one, have momentum and have an economy to sustain that, to sustain a SkyToss transition. And then you can go for it, 100%, 100%. But as we were trying to emphasize, an economy is something that MaxPax never had, right? He never had, I should say that's how the game ended, even, because he was starved out. He was trying to double expand, to triple expand time and time again, but Clem, he was denying those bases over and over again, never allowing MaxPax to sustain himself. And part of that is what is supposed to lead into SkyToss, right? Is to have a secure base count, to have a secure economy, then you can afford the Fleet Beacon, 3 Stargates, and a transition into SkyToss. You need not just the economy, you need the freedom and the breathing room to do so, because it takes a long time to actually make Tempest and make carriers and get into SkyToss. And if you're doing that without map control, then you will just die, right? Because suddenly you have a bunch of supply tied up in your production and your army's smaller as a result. And we saw how aggressive Clem was being. So it's very difficult to pull off that transition, especially on some of these smaller maps like El Dorado. You could see from base to base, it was a very short rush distance by ground. On larger maps like Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, and Abyssal Reef, it's much more common to see SkyToss and much more common to get into a proper late game between Protoss and Terran, but on these smaller maps, it's more difficult to do that because aggression is favored here, because your opponent's just breathing down your neck, and it's so difficult to get the room you need to get into SkyToss. So again, the map plays into it as well. The map plays into why it was that MaxPax couldn't hold on to those bases, as it is a smaller map. But with that, GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He will be able to win it all. And with that, that wraps up our broadcast for the morning. Oh my god, I should actually switch our scenes over and catch up on our schedule. Whew, oh boy, here we go. Sorry, just making this a little bit cleaner. Bam, beautiful. Okay, we have our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our morning Monday broadcast of the OSC Season 12 Championship, which has now concluded, and tonight we have the Wardy TV Monday. That is going to be at 9 p.m. KST. That is going to be in 7 hours? Jesus, it's so late. In 7 hours time, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. That's going to be at 11 p.m. my time, at 9 p.m. KST, so do tune in. I know that if you're in the Americas, you're probably going to be asleep, or I should say just waking up in time for the event, so you can tune into that. Otherwise, if you're in Europe, then it's prime time in Europa. Likewise, it is in the evening for Oceania, Southeast Asia, and for other areas of the world. So not a bad time when it comes to trying to bring all regions together. So that is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. On Tuesday, we have the Pegasaur Monday Cup. We have our Pegasaur Monday. We have OSC King of the Hill Tuesday evening. We have Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday. We have the Podcast on Thursday. FSL on Friday. SEL Show Match on Saturday. Sea Duckling Open and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. We have plenty of matches ahead. Sorry, plenty of broadcasts ahead of us here in the week. And we do see, if you notice, a bit of a leaner schedule this week, which is a good thing. Coming into March, I should say, throughout the course of February, January, December, November, October, basically we were casting 2 times a day, almost every single day. And finally we get a break. Finally we can slow down a little bit. We're still casting on a daily basis, but as you can see, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and even Sunday, we only have one event. We only have the one event, so that means that we can actually get some proper sleep. It means that I can, go for a run, hit the gym, start working out again, just do things outside of just casting StarCraft, which is not a bad thing. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to easing it up a little bit, as opposed to our intense schedule that we usually have. So that's going to be March. It's going to be March. Another thing that's coming in March that I mentioned before is Stars Agora. Stars Agora is a big event that's on the horizon. Qualifiers are going to be taking place throughout the course of March, and we might be involved in casting those qualifiers. It depends. I am in the midst of trying to reach out to some of the organizers of Stars Agora, and they might be open to community casters. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we can cover them. But I'm just trying to reach out to some of those organizers. If not, the other big event that's on the horizon is going to be, what was I thinking of? All right, Pigsty, right? Pigsty, that's currently going on as well. Covered by Pig, covered by Rotterdam, and likewise many other events throughout the week as well, as always. Oh, right, of course. The big event that's happening in March is HSL. HSL is making its debut. If you're curious, what is the HSL? That is the Hispanic Star League. Let's go. The Hispanic Star League is going to be commencing in March, and we are going to be the official English casters for that. If you're curious, what is the Hispanic Star League? That is basically, imagine online GSL for the Hispanic region. Now, I'm saying Hispanic on purpose, not Latin American, because this is including Spain. So Spain is getting involved. I believe Portugal is getting involved as well, alongside Latino America. So all coming together here to face off in this GSL format, group stage into playoffs. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. We are going to be all over it as always. We're always there, Papi. Always there for the Latin American community, Papi. Always. That we got our roots, Papi. We got our roots there. So we'll be casting that. It's going to be throughout the course of March and April. So a lot of StarCraft still to come. But again, it should be a little bit leaner here. Like, you know, we're going to try to schedule it in such a way where it's like, you know, one cast a day sort of thing. We can have a bit of rest. We can get some food. We can calm down a little bit. Aha. Vosotros is allowed. Pog. Let's go. Let's go. Does it have a Wikipedia page? I don't think it has one yet. Registrations have closed, and I think they're still seeding the group stage. I think once the group stage is set in stone, then they'll make a Wikipedia page. But I don't think there's one yet. Also, before I get ahead of myself talking about other events coming in March, TLMC, the Team Liquid map content, is on the horizon, and voting is soon going to be available here in the TLMC. I see Avex in the chat. Oh my god, the legend map maker himself, Papi. Oh my god. You know, I did mention this during the podcast. I don't know if you tuned in, but I was very surprised to see Avex actually return to making a map. I mean, again, Avex, he retired, he stepped away for a long time, recently returned for StarCraft Evolution, and it was a pleasant surprise to see Avex step back into the ring and actually submit some maps for TLMC. So very exciting. HSL groups, oh, there you go, HSL groups already out. Let's go, Papi, let's go. Is that by Bond? Oh my god, who do we have? Okay, these are larger groups actually. We have we got Special, we got Galahad, we got Luna. Okay, some players I'm not familiar with, but they're spreading out all the big names. Special, Akedon, Cham, Mute, Eggs, Vortex. Vortex is back, mate. Vortex. Last I heard, he was playing Age of Empires, right? He was playing AoE 4. I mean, he plays everything, I guess, from Heroes of the Storm to AoE 4. I think he was playing a little bit of Warcraft 3. But last I heard, he was big into AoE 4. But we brought Vortex out of retirement. Hold on. That's crazy. That's wild. I can't wait. Hold on. Is that the Vortex that I'm thinking of? Yeah, let's go. Juanito, Papi. Beautiful. Unfortunately, no Lucifron, right? There's no Lucifron here, but I'll settle for... I mean, I was a big Vortex fan back in the day. Big fan of Vortex. Back in Heart of the Swarm. Into Legacy. Who else do we have? We have Draconics, we have Ryojin, Tavito, Papi Tavito, Eon. I know Neo should be here, right? Yeah, Neo's there as well, of course. I know Neo, he was reaching out to me, asking for some help. Luciano, Bombia's back. Bombilla, Zions, Ares, Burial, Daryl. I got we have a lot of older names, but also some newer names as well. There are definitely, I mean, the Latin American region used to be one of the biggest regions out there, like bigger than Europe and bigger than the Americas. Like it used to be very vibrant, but this was back in like 2020, 2021, 2022. So you know, after the dissolution of WCS Latin America, after it got merged with the Americas region, we did lose a lot of players. A lot of players did retire. You know, I miss the Zerg Lord. I miss oh god, I'm trying to remember his name. Nopambia, the Zerg Lord. I miss. I keep wanting to say like Dragon Phoenix Gaming. That's a team. Not Dark. I miss Darkness as well. He was a Bolivian player. The Dark Lord. That's it. The Dark Lord. Wikipedia. Am I thinking of the Dark Lord? No. Wikipedia. Bolivian players. StarCraft 2. Dark Unnamed. That's Dark Unnamed. Good. I was thinking of the Zerg Lord and Dark. But yeah, Dark Unnamed. I miss Dark Unnamed as well. Mood. A lot of really good players. Universe, the Mexican player. Sinner as well. Used to be thriving. It's catching up. Greatest game ever. Let's go. Let's go. I need money. Avex, you're being too honest, Bob. You're being too honest. He's like, man, I just came back to like to just get some dollars, man. I'm good. I'm here to get paid. As the Avex. It's good to see you coming back there. Good to see you. Always. We appreciate it. I thought Juan stopped playing SE2. He, for the most part, did. Juanito, I think the last stuff that he played in, I'm talking about Special, he played in Euthermal's 2v2 tournament with Cham. But I think that might have been his only event of the year. Maybe like one other. Like, for the most part, Special, he's like pseudo-retired. I'm sure if EWC gets announced, and if there's another circuit for ESL, for EPT, then Special will probably play in the qualifiers. But like right now, I would say that Kelazur is the best player in Latin America. I think it's quite close between Kelazur and Cham. I think it's quite close. But Cham's worst matchup is ZVT, so I think I do favor Diego over Cham. Speaking of, actually, wait, hold on. I just realized. Diego, he's not a part of this. Bappy, what's going on? Ay. Yeah, for the next season, we'll get Diego involved. Yeah, if we can get Juanito for this, we can get Diego. We can get him. Catching up. G-Mize, true Jaime. True. I miss my Jaime. I mean, Jaime, he's a really big streamer now. Like, he exploded. He started playing League of Legends, and I mean, becoming more of like a variety streamer. And I think Jim Rising is like one of the bigger streamers in Mexico. Like, he's really big. Drops by every now and then. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. Yo, big shout out to Infinity. Oh my god, thank you so much, Gab. Oh my god, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community. I'm sure that Donyon does appreciate it. Thank you so much. I almost got 4 finalists in. Third map was 16th place. Fourth was 22nd. Oh, close, Bobby, close. Sorry, 18th place. Este Avex. Yeah, we during the podcast we went over all the maps, went over all the new maps. Like briefly, we didn't go inside them. Didn't go in game, I should say. But there are definitely some really interesting maps. Definitely some that have caught my eye, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of in TLMC and in other, TLMC related events. I know that Pig is going to be hosting an event over the weekend. We might host an event as well. It's going to be a lot of fun to indulge in those newer maps. It's going to be a lot of fun. So best of luck. But with that, we're going to be wrapping up. I do know that HyperOne did redeem a replay cast, but I'm going to be holding off on replay casts until later on in the week, probably after FSL or after Code for Giants Cup. Basically, I'm going to be holding off on the replay cast for one of the days where we're only casting one event. Because we're casting WardyTV later on tonight, I do want to wrap things up a little bit earlier here, just so I can get some breakfast. It is 4 p.m, so I'd like to get some food, and then I'm probably going to go and get some sleep and get ready for the next cast. So next time, HyperOne, next time. Jump on your replay. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We just wrapped up with the broadcast. Again, 5.5 hours. Jesus, it was a long one. And again, we're going to be back in 7 hours. We're going to be back in 7 hours time with the WardyTV Monday. We will be back. Now 6.5 hours. So we'll be back later on this evening. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. If you want to tune into some more StarCraft, some more CranKy Ducklings, do consider following us on all the social medias: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We do post whenever we go live, and we upload VODs to YouTube on a daily basis. There's plenty of content, plenty of VODs on YouTube. I'm about to go edit this VOD and get ready to schedule it onto YouTube as well, so I'm working on that. So yeah, check out our content on YouTube if you wish. If you see something that you want to watch live and you can't watch it, VODs are the place to be. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for tuning in. You can also support us via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. We're almost at our goal. We're almost there. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. Bam, you can see it here for you on my right. You can see our events that we do host on a monthly and weekly basis. Sea Duckling Open is a tournament for Diamond players, Master Swan Open is a tournament for Masters players, and Sparkling Tuna Cup is a tournament for the Pro players. So we have something for everyone. It's kind of like a ladder system, a way to kind of like a grassroots way to kind of build up through the ranks and look to improve, have some motivation to improve and get better by leveling up and playing in future events. Because of that, over the years, we've been hosting these events since 2017. We have seen players grow over time. We've seen, we casted players like Gigi Machine back when they were Diamond, Baby Marine back when he was Masters, Mixu back when he was Masters and Diamond as well. There's a lot of players that you know nowadays as a pro that we actually casted back when they were Diamond or Masters many years ago. You know, it's always great to see these players kind of rise up and go through the ranks and see them grow over time. It's always a treat. It's not like everyone that plays in our tournaments goes pro, but you know, we have like a handful of them that we were able to see rise up, and which is really cool to see. Technically, we have VODs of them on YouTube of them when they were Diamond and Masters, so they're out there. They're out there on YouTube. Some other players that come to mind, of course, herO as well, Starduck, Ruichi, who is the American Protoss. Now he's retired, but you know, also was a player that was Diamond and Masters back in the day in our tournaments. So really cool to see. Really cool to see their growth over time. Beautiful. It's catching up in the chats. We got permissions for brutal map ports, and I'm talking to Kat about adding more crazy features for our Evo maps. So just in future, whack-ass Evo maps. Let's go, let's go. I think we just casted on Holy World the other day, and that has a map that has disruption webs, disruption zones on the ground, if I'm not mistaken. Not too many, not too impactful, but I think they're in the center, which was really cool to see. They didn't really impact the game, but I did notice them. I said Turbo Cracker. Help the team support great and amazing content. Thank you. Always do appreciate it. But yeah, with that, we're done. With that, we're wrapping up here for today. I'm talking wacky. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I still remember, I think there was a Brood War map in ASL, which had like an entire like alley full of disruptions webs or disruption zones. I do remember that. But yo, if you want to go crazy, mate. I'm ready for the bridges. I'm ready for like the neutral like turrets. Show us what you got, mate. Show us what you got. I'm going. You're saying you don't understand. You're like, Light, you don't understand. I've lost my mind. You're like, I'm unhinged, papi. You don't understand. The maps are gonna be crazy. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay. Look after yourself, Avex. Look after yourself. Geysers that shoot at Vespine pickups? Oh, that's insane, actually. That is crazy. Okay. Interesting. I look forward to it. But again, with that, we are done here for the time being. Again, check out our next broadcast. The next broadcast is going to be either in less than 24 hours with the Biggest Roll Monday on Tuesday, or later on tonight with the Wardy TV Monday in the evening. So we have more content coming up ahead of us. Do check it out. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys either later tonight, tomorrow, whenever we see you. I'm sure we'll see you at some point because we are live every single day on a daily basis. So plenty of content on the channel. See you next time. Thank you for watching. Take care of yourself, everyone. Have a great week. Have a great time with StarCraft. And enjoy the TLMC. Enjoy the Pigsty Festival. Enjoy the other events out there. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.